Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody out tonight. We're going to go ahead and get started with our study session. Time is now 4:30. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the special meeting of the Governing Board Study Session, June 9th, 2026. Let the roll call show Mr. Carver, Ms. Simichek, and Mr. Botfield are in attendance. Nobody is telephonic at this point. Do I have a motion to adopt today's agenda? So moved. Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. The reason we're all here today at this time is for the study session. So just as a precursor, because there's no shortage of excitement in everybody's lives, I just want to remind everybody that we're here to just discuss this study session. When we get to the public comment portion of the meeting, the comments need to be on topic. We can't discuss anything outside of what the study session is called for. Likewise, for my fellow board members, let's make sure that we're asking questions and staying germane to the study session. Anybody that has something to contribute that is outside the scope of the study session, please feel free to stay for the governing board meeting and fill out the yellow public comment card, and we will have time for that later on this evening. That being said, we will now turn the time over to Ms. Mock and get a rundown of the Long Range Planning Committee.
President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and guests, it is my honor to return once again for an update from our Long Range Planning Committee. This will be the latest report where we will review historical information, some of the current work going on, some timelines for work moving forward. We'll talk about the process and answer any questions. I'd like to add that normally I would be co-presenting with Dr. Gail Galligan. She is out this week, so I will do my best to present the information on the slides that she has in the presentation, but I do have the very capable Jenna Moffitt and Gary Zerbach to help answer any questions that folks might have. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. Some of the questions that we've had to date revolve around the committee itself and the committee composition. And so as a reminder, this committee is comprised of, normally it would be 15, 16 individuals. We do have 17 this time because there are two co-chairs. And so you can see we've got a parent organization representative and a parent representative from one of each of the high school regions. Now that does not mean a representative from the high school, but any one of the schools within that region. District employees, we have an exempt member at large, our Deer Valley Education Association, and a certified member at large, so two certified staff members. DVESPA, looks like that Personnel Association cut off at the end, but Deer Valley Education Support Personnel Association, or our classified association, and a classified staff member at large. We have a chair, in this case two chairs, our Deer Valley Building Leadership Team, which is our principals, and two district employees. And as a reminder, the first meeting occurred in May of 2025. We've talked about the work of the committee from April 25, when the committee was formed, through May of 25, when it first met, all the way up to March of 26, when the committee made its first recommendation. What happened after March 10th was we lost several of our committee members from that first iteration, including parent representatives from 4 of the 5 high school regions, our parent organization representative, our classified staff member at large, our exempt staff member at large, our Deer Valley Building Leadership Team member, and I think I have exempt staff member at large on there twice, but we lost quite a few. When we reported to you back in April with a brief update, we did mention that we were conducting a process by which to refill those positions, and we sent out an electronic form through our parent updates, posted it on the website, sent it out at least twice before the applications were due by midnight on May 10th. And so we had then, by our first meeting on May 21st, filled those positions. However, we have had parents from 3 of the high school regions already resign from the committee. And it has typically been because of scheduling conflicts. We have all of the meetings from May 21st all the way through December 17th posted on the website, and everyone is aware of when the meetings are. But what you find is that typically parents who volunteer to be on a committee are very involved in their communities and with their children, and their children are often very active as well. And so they end up with staffing. That's, you can tell what I've been dealing with these days, with scheduling conflicts, unable to attend the meetings. And so we actually in, I think, one of the Mountain Ridge region, we've had to go through, Mountain Ridge and Boulder Creek both, we've had to go to second, third, and fourth individual, and those members were selected by a randomized selection process. So for those individuals that submitted a application to be on the committee, we used random number drawing out of a hat to see which number would be drawn. They were assigned a number based on when their application was received. If you were the first from Boulder Creek region to be received, you then represented number 1. And so right now we are almost completely full, but just last week we received an email from what was a great parent representative from the Deer Valley High School region who, due to conflicts with their children as well, are not going to be able to continue. So we now have 1 seat open again on the committee. It is difficult for something this long-standing. We have found in order to keep, and with regular ongoing meetings, in order to keep those positions filled. As a reminder, this is the timeline. We talked on the last slide a little bit, or the last couple slides, how the work began in May of 25. This isn't new information. We've all seen this before. Talk about when the committee was selected and or met for the first time, reviewed the 24 demographic data. And what we mean by the 24 demographic data, it was actually enrollment and enrollment report and demographic data from the 24-25 school year. So it was current within that school year for May of 25. Had some change in leadership at the district. Meetings picked back up in November of 25. Where we started work with the committee members again. And one of the things that came out of the committee was the desire to have as many options for parent input as possible. And so that's when we started the parent surveys. And on through December, where we continued to review additional data and really started to identify schools that were projected highly over or under capacity. We started communications such as a podcast on the Long Range Planning Committee through the Soup Scoop podcast. And in January then began looking at recommendations for those campuses that were highly over or under capacity. In February, we began presenting it to the governing board and presented it for adoption as an action item on the March 10th meeting. That initial recommendation did fail on the March 10th meeting, but as a reminder, here is what that recommendation was. And this is really just an alphabetical order by region. So we're going to start with Barry Goldwater High School region. You can see the schools and what their boundaries are. We've got Norterra Canyon, Sonoran Foothills, and Union Park that all had recommendations for a boundary adjustment, and the one on this page is the Sonoran Foothills boundary recommendation to move a portion of Sonoran Foothills up to Sunset Ridge. Sunset Ridge is in the Boulder Creek region, so those students would be moving their K-8 school as well as their high school into Boulder Creek. Another recommendation for the Barry Goldwater High School region is there is a brand new development at 39th Avenue in Pinnacle Peak, just west of 35th Avenue, that most of what you see in that crosshatch area and kind of on the top right-hand side of the recommended adjustment slide, it's pretty much all dirt land. It is what is between, I've been around too long, I'm going to call it Waterworld. It's between the water park and the athletic complex right there. And so that right now is boundaried for Paseo Hills. Wet and Wild, thank you. It's actually Hurricane Harbor now, so you're still a name away. But that's what it took for me to remember. And so, but this boundary is so old that this area is currently zoned for Paseo Hills. And to get to Paseo Hills from this new development, you would have to go down Pinnacle Peak, around 35th Avenue, and really it's kind of inconvenient to get to Paseo Hills from there. So the recommendation was to move it to rezone it for Desert Sage, which is a straight shot down 39th Avenue from where the development is. Those students then would also move from Barry Goldwater High School to Sandra Day O'Connor High School. And for the high school students, it would be within walking distance as opposed to having to be bused. And so that would be a transportation savings because all of the students would be bused to Paseo Hills and to Barry Goldwater. And it's closer to their home neighborhood as well. Other adjustments for the Barry Goldwater region include an area between Union Park and Norterra Canyon. Union Park is one of the schools that is highly overpopulated. Norterra Canyon is just north of it, and it is currently at about 60%, projected to be at 55% or less going through 2036. And so this recommendation was presented to balance the enrollment between the schools, where it would give them relatively equitable enrollment between the two of them. Moving on to the Boulder Creek High School region recommendations, there is an area of Anthem that is east of I-17, and you can see there on Anthem Parkway and all the way down to the southern end of the Canyon Springs border that because when Canyon Springs, which is on the west side of I-17, opened, Anthem Elementary itself was highly overpopulated. That is no longer the case. And so the students on the east side of I-17 are actually bused to the west side of I-17 in order to attend Canyon Springs. Whether they may or may not qualify they may still qualify for transportation to Anthem, but it would be a much shorter bus route as opposed to going all the way across the freeway and into the Canyon Springs neighborhood. But this would balance out the enrollment between Canyon Springs and Anthem Elementary. Canyon Springs certainly has a lot more open property that's available for growth that Anthem does not have, and so it would give Canyon Springs a little bit more room for that growth as well. And then we just mentioned that move from Sonoran Foothills up into Sunset Ridge because it affects both districts, both high school regions, and so it is in both sections of the presentation. We had a couple of recommendations for the O'Connor High School region as well. And the first one we've already taken a look at. This is the new development at 39th Avenue and Pinnacle Peak that we just talked about, moving from Paseo Hills to Desert Sage. And I will take the opportunity to mention here as well, what I didn't mention on the other slide, is that Desert Sage is a K-6 school. It is not a K-8. Paseo Hills is a K-8. And so for grades K through 6, it would be a shorter bus route from that development to Desert Sage, walking distance probably to O'Connor for a lot of them, but it would be a bus ride over to Hillcrest for grades 7 and 8. Other potential adjustments for the Sandra Day O'Connor High School region include breaking up the Stetson Hills boundary. Right now, Stetson Hills and Canyon Springs both have some of our largest boundaries in the district, and Stetson Hills has the largest boundary in the O'Connor region by far. And the reason being is that it includes all of the undeveloped land north of Deem Hills, all the way north of the 303 where the TSMC development is. And so where TSMC is now, where housing developments are projected, where the new retail space are going in, are all Stetson Hills, including still some vacant land east of Deem Hills, between Deem Hills, pretty much north of O'Connor and west of the freeway. And so the proposed adjustment for these is taking Canyon Springs and dropping it down to the 303. Canyon Springs boundary in the future after these 10 years, because remember we're trying to look 10 years in advance, would probably be revisited at that time as well. And most of that area is actually going to be commercial and not residential. So we actually don't think that it would have Canyon Springs picking up a lot, if any, students, but the 303 makes that really nice natural barrier instead of having Stetson Hills boundary go across a major freeway. The other is Inspiration Mountain, just north of them on the other side of the canal and north of Dean Hills, where Stetson Hills is as well. And that's kind of the red crosshatch area on the map on the right-hand side. That is currently Stetson Hills, and so the recommendation was to move that to Inspiration Mountain, and then Stetson Hills for now really just keeps the area north of them from the end of, from 303 south. And so it's a much more narrow boundary for them and would help make sure that they could endure any growth. As a reminder, there is the North Park development in that area where the Inspiration Mountain and Stetson Hills boundaries are shown on this page that is expected to have 15,000 homes constructed. We will not see the beginning of those homes being constructed probably until 2031, 2032. There's a lot of infrastructure that still has to be put into place. But there are 3 school sites reserved at that space. And so there will be boundary adjustments there in the future as well. But the problem is we don't have funding to build schools on those sites at this time. So by making this move now, we are able to get ahead of some of the construction that may happen before Deer Valley has the funding in order to actually put schools in some of those places. So just trying to be prepared for what we know is coming. Another recommendation is balancing some of the enrollment for Las Brisas and Inspiration Mountain. And so Las Brisas is now one of our smallest schools. When we had the last boundary adjustment when Inspiration Mountain opened, they lost, I think it was 40 or 50% of their enrollment because of the way the boundaries were adjusted. And so they are a very large K-6 school with very few students in it right now. And so this recommendation north of Happy Valley I think from 51st Avenue West to the mountain there would help balance enrollment between the two of them. And Las Brisas, much like Desert Sage, is a K-6 and not a K-8 campus. And so students who were at Las Brisas would then also attend Hillcrest, but then they would come back to Sandra Day O'Connor for high school. Now, those were the recommendations that were presented at the work session we had on February 17th. So when we came back on May 10th, there were a lot of questions from the board at that time. And so these, as a reminder, are some of the responses that we provided to the board. A lot of the question and concern between Union Park and Norterra Canyon were for the very unique Spanish immersion program at Union Park. The good thing about that is those who are in the program absolutely love the program. And so there were lots of questions on whether or not students would get to stay at Union Park because they had to commit 2 years in the program and sign an attestation that says, I am going to stay and remain in the program. And so we have been able to answer that through school choice in Arizona. We actually are required to allow those students to stay on that campus should they choose. So then some of the biggest concern following that is that whether or not those students would have busing. And that is a district choice, and we can talk about that a little bit more in a slide further on. But for the committee recommendation and district recommendation was to grandfather in those immersion students and provide busing option for students in that area that were proposed to be moved to Norterra Canyon. And transportation was working on potential options where there were stops that students would be able to go to in order to board a bus to remain at Union Park. Before and after school programs, there were concerns whether or not there would be enough room at Union Park for before and after school programs. So one thing that we did immediately was post another before and after school position. A lot of times there are three things that are needed in order to have a before and after school program. You have to have enough desire, enough students to want to be in the program. You have to have enough staffing, which sometimes is hard to find. And the third thing is you have to have space on the campus. And so as long as we have all three of those things, we can accommodate any student that wants to participate in the before and after school program. And the reason that is important with the boundary change for students that are open enrolled is that if the campus is a little further away from home, parents may need to rely on it a little bit more. I think we find that especially with the after school program. We already talked about the committee composition at the beginning of the presentation. That slide said it, but we'll reiterate it here as well. The format that we have for the Long Range Planning Committee is the same composition that we use for district committees. It's the same composition for the Budget Priority Committee that we see each year and for other committees as well. We had a talk about maps and how clear the maps were. And I've actually added a couple maps to this presentation that I think help show proximity for some of the most contentious recommendations. We talked about academic support. Oh, no, that's not. There we go. We talked about grandfathering. There had been confusion on how students will be grandfathered. And I still sometimes struggle where that confusion came from because we do allow grandfathering. It is statute. It's 15816.01 that really outlines school choice. And so we've got our governing board policy on open enrollment as well. And our open enrollment policy goes right back to statute. And it's part of a benefit of living in Arizona and our legislature and governing bodies believing that individuals should have a choice on where they go to school. We had some questions about preschool students, and I think those were mostly geared toward Union Park specifically. And at the community forum at Barry Goldwater High School, Union Park principal Lauren Gahuni was there and said that she would have room for preschool students on her campus. We talked about the timeline and how it was rushed, and talking about teacher contract or teacher timeline, when folks would be notified. And remember, this was had a decision been made back in March. Anything that we would make as far as a decision now is going to be expected to be implemented in 27-28, so a full school year, a little over a full year from where we are today. Some more of the feedback we had, just talking about the program continuity for the Spanish immersion program. If students who had been in the Spanish immersion program moved to Norterra Canyon, we came up with options to help them continue in Spanish 1-2 as a middle level, or if they're ready for advanced coursework, we do have a bus that already goes from Norterra Canyon to Barry Goldwater High School every year for advanced math classes. And so if students needed those advanced Spanish classes, we would work with Goldwater to get that scheduled in the morning and bus those students to Goldwater and then back to Norterra Canyon to start their day. I already mentioned before and after school and expanding program capacity there. We had 36 students in the new boundary area qualify for bus transportation. And I think there are some folks that question those numbers, and I will tell you where they came from. They came from the gentleman in transportation who is the expert at GIS data for students. And so he can take their student ID and run it through software for the GIS system and show exactly which students qualify for transportation. And we did that by giving him a list of the students who were in the Mandarin program specifically and said, please identify which of these students in the Mandarin program qualify, or Spanish. I'm already back at Desert Sage with Mandarin, but yes, the immersion program, we'll just say immersion. So we gave them the list of the immersion students and said, please identify which of these qualify for transportation or would then also qualify for transportation if they were now. So that's where we received that information. And then For our general ed buses, we don't necessarily take attendance on a daily basis. And so our transportation supervisors went to the bus drivers of those routes and asked them for information and to do counts. And of that, it was about 22 of those students rode the bus on a regular basis. And as mentioned previously, we had bus stops that would have capacity in order to keep those grandfathered students going to Union Park for the Spanish immersion program. We talked about, we'll move forward to the parent input. The composition of the committee may have representation of 6 parents, but that's not the only way that we obtained parent input. We mentioned a little bit earlier that we had not 1, but 2 different surveys that we sent out to parents. We had 3 community forums. We had the email future@dvusd.org. We would send information out through parent updates, keep it updated on the website. We had the Soup Scoop podcast. Dr. Finch had articles in the local papers to let them know of the work that was going on. And we even had our communications department look up some of the data, and the information that went out that first week of January regarding the community forums was read by over 32,000 parents within the first week. Then starting in January, we had the community forums at first at Boulder Creek, Sandra Day O'Connor, and then at Barry Goldwater. Each had 30 to 40 attendees, though I will say participation seemed to pick up by the 28th. And then we had the Long Range Planning Committee as of February 4th and 20th, anytime we had updated information for any of the 12 schools that were in that recommendation you saw, we would post the information directly to their website as well. So if I'm a parent of Inspiration Mountain, I'm probably not going to the Deer Valley Unified School District website regularly, but I may go to the Inspiration Mountain. So we put the information closest to where the parents would find it. And this is just some of the click counts by school. And that was as of, this was by the March 10th board meeting. So we have not looked at it since March 10th. But this is just to show how many parents saw it from the original recommendation up until when we requested that initial board approval. Now we're going to get into some new information. So we've had a lot of questions about open enrollment. And we discussed it at the March 10th meeting, but I think it's worth putting in here again because even after we thought we had clarified, we still had questions from the board. And so here are specific information from Arizona Revised Statute 15-816.01 that we have to allow open enrollment without tuition for students who live in Arizona or Maricopa County if we have capacity. And so we can't give preference for anything that would be considered discrimination, and we have to have an equitable selection, such as if all other things are equal, we have to have an equitable selection process. All of our selection process is outlined in that governing board policy JFB, open enrollment, and I thought it pertinent to show that JFBR, open enrollment regulation, the first line in that regulation says all applicants will be accepted if there is sufficient capacity. And what I want to point out here is that it's important not to confuse classroom capacity with square footage capacity. So as soon as, I think Union Park's a good example of that here. This is information by that statute and by our policy that we have to have on our website. So if you go to Deer Valley website and the open enrollment page, you will find this type of information for every one of our campuses. So you can see that kindergarten has availability, but first grade has a wait list. And we trigger or add a staff member also based on negotiated class sizes that we have with our Deer Valley Education Association. So when students move into the neighborhood and we trigger the next class size, you would add, you maybe go from 2 classes to 3 classes. And when you do that, each of those classes now has capacity for additional students. The more of those classes we add, we run out of those classrooms. Because remember, when we talk about capacity, we're talking about school facilities division capacity, which is clearly based on school footage, or school square footage. Does not account for how many classrooms they are. And so while we might have room in a grade level because we have 3 or 4 classes, and each of those may have 4 spots, or Jenna can speak better on that too, per statute and per our policy, we would need to accept that open enrollment. And you can see that Sonoran Foothills will talk about some of the challenges they have, and we'll look at data that shows that they're actually one of our highest capacity schools for students. They have room available in their classes. What they don't have anymore is space for the classes they have. And this is information that Dr. Galligan was able to get. This is actually directly from the Union Park principal. Some of the challenges they have is one of our top 2 capacity schools in the district right now. So they have no available classrooms or flexible spaces. So if I wanted to, take my classroom somewhere else, that's probably not going to happen. Sometimes that means indoor recess if the gym's being used, or multipurpose room is being used for something else, or maybe the cafeteria is. Before and after school impact. So we talked about how important before and after school program was to our parents. And with as many students as the school has now, and as many spaces that all of those classrooms have used in that campus specifically, they can only provide before and after care for 40 students for one of the largest schools in the district. So we received 72 contracts or requests to go on the before and after program, and 20 children on a wait list. Now, the reason that more were not necessarily on the wait list is some folks only need mornings, some only need afternoons, some only need certain days. So if the days match up, you might be able to accept more applications. There's been a loss of instructional space, including the science lab. The science teacher had to relocate the lab, eliminating shared access for science experiments at other grade levels, which reduces hands-on learning opportunities across the classrooms. The .5 Spanish teacher is now doing Spanish on a cart. I think we've heard of art on a cart, but Union Park has had to get creative, and that they're doing Spanish for kinder through 4th grade classrooms on a cart. Multipurpose room over extension. Multipurpose room is used as a cafeteria, gym, and a stage, and oftentimes we'll have to put classrooms on the stage when the schools get that increased enrollment, and that's where we see some of that limiting for the before and after school program as well, is when those spaces are used and they can't spread out through the entire multipurpose room. Grade level disruptions include 6th grade classroom freed by, relocating before and after school program is now separated. So 6th grade teams are in different buildings on the same campus, which makes it difficult to collaborate. Kindergarten and EL teacher was displaced to half of a classroom, and special education and speech are now sharing a room as well. And then similar with the 7th grade team, it was preserved, however, at the cost of the science lab. Dr. Galligan obtained some of the information from Sonoran Foothills, and you're going to see a lot of the same things happening there, where some of our special services are combining into classrooms, fewer dedicated space for staff members. Before and after school programs are limited to how many students they can enroll, or they've lost their permanent location on campus. Elimination of flex or expansion space on campus. We had added a building 700 or 4 classrooms after Sonoran Foothills was constructed. I think we had a portable that we moved there a few years ago, and it is already fully utilized. Other programs and services that are limited are reduced flexibility to expand intervention programs, and limited space for staff collaboration, professional development, and confidential family meetings. So if I'm coming in for an IEP meeting or a 504 meeting, there are very limited space for those things to happen. All right, so we talked about bus routes and bus stops, and I believe I've answered some additional questions here that had not been reviewed in previous meetings that we've had. So the quantity of bus routes from any of these previously proposed changes would remain relatively consistent. Right, so there may not be fewer routes, but the routes would be shorter is what transportation is expecting. So the example is the area of Union Park that is proposed to move to Norterra Canyon is already zoned with bus stops to Union Park because it's further away from Union Park than it is Norterra Canyon. And so those students would still be bused, but it would be a shorter bus route. We had a question about bus stops and where they are located, making sure that students are in a safe space for bus stops. And according to our transportation director, our bus stops are typically not more than or approximately, the furthest away would be about a 10-minute walk. Those are in safe spaces. We actually work with the cities and let them know where the bus stops are. They are produced, I believe, on our Safe Routes to Schools maps as well. Transporting students to and from school is not required. Each district can establish its own guidelines for which students qualify for transportation. And as we know, Deer Valley already ranks among the highest for spending in transportation, as reviewed in a recent board meeting for the Arizona Auditor General's FY25 district spending report. And a lot of times those are choices that we make. So we can choose to do that, but we just have to remember that we are already spending at a much greater rate. And a lot of that is due to the size of our district being 367 square miles. From Bell Road up to Pinnacle Peak, give or take, is relatively crosshatch and very square. Getting north of Pinnacle Peak and Happy Valley and certainly the north end of our district, neighborhoods are more spread out further away from the schools. And so in order to transport those students, we just drive more miles, and it's just the nature of our district. We had lots of questions from the board about maps and information on Norterra Canyon and Union Park. So we included these additional maps that show where the schools are in proximity to each other. And so that top rectangle is Norterra Canyon, which is a school that's about 60% capacity right now, and the bottom rectangle is Union Park, which is 90% or more capacity. So you can see they're 1.2 miles apart, and that is not as the crow flies. That's by the fastest route according to Google Maps. This is the boundary map from our own website. So you can see there in the red, that is the Norterra Canyon boundary, and there in the yellow is the Union Park boundary. We're not mentioning the blue boundary, but that is Sonoran Foothills, if you were wondering. And so to clarify, this is the area then in proximity to those two schools that is currently boundaried to Union Park that was recommended to move to Norterra Canyon. And Norterra Canyon, again, is the top rectangle of the two schools. And so we actually would be rezoning these students to the school that is closer to their home. I do have a disclaimer at the bottom. This map is not drawn exact. It's really just provided for context to show the neighborhood's proximity to the two schools. And that's kind of where we are right now. The new committee that we talked about met for the first time on May 21st, and we reviewed the new demographer's report, which came out in what's really standard time frame for every school year, and that was in May. It is available on the district website in 2 places. It's available on our boundaries page and our district/budget-411 or budget 411. And that page actually has all of the historical demographic reports as well, not just the 2 that folks have been interested in lately. With the new demographers report, district enrollment is projected to continue its gradual decline for the next few years. And actually, it shows more of a decline over the next few years, except for 3 schools. The demographer did say that kindergarten enrollment's continuing to decrease, but they're expecting it to stabilize finally over the next coming years. And so the reason we have the declining enrollment now, we talked about at the last report, and that is because the class sizes of students exiting the district are much larger than those coming into the district. Future residential growth remains likely, and likely is probably not a strong enough word. It's going to happen. We are going to have significant growth in the district. What we're trying to prepare for is the timing, because that's what we don't know for sure. Again, Union Park and Sonoran Foothills are projected to experience the largest enrollment increase through 2032, and the second fastest is going to be Stetson Hills, because as you remember, it encompasses all of North Park development right now, if we do not make a boundary adjustment before those houses come in. As a reminder, the information in the demographer's report only includes developments that have actually been approved. So if it is a development that is just going through planning phases, but it has not received approval from the county or the city, they're not including it yet. It's not real until it's actually approved and the building can begin. This graphic was presented at the May 21st long-range planning meeting as well. We break down by high schools, middle schools, and our elementary schools. High schools are currently at 88.3% capacity in FY26. Our 2 lowest high schools are at 68% capacity. So when we talk about our optimum range for capacity, we usually want to look at between 50 and 80% for any one campus is what we believe to be a good optimization of that campus. And so all of our high schools for now are relatively stable. Our middle schools, of which we have 3 in the district, they're currently at 61% capacity, and the lowest is at 46 capacity, so just under what we would consider optimum. But our K6, K8 campuses, you can see the disparity. Capacity in FY26, the lowest enrolled school is at under 30% capacity, and the greatest is at 97.12. So those fall far out of that 50 to 80 range that we would really like to see to say that we are using or optimizing the use of our buildings. Our lowest capacity regions are Boulder Creek High School at overall, and just to clarify, that's for the region as a whole, every campus in the region, not the high school, is at 48% capacity, and Deer Valley High School region is at 55% capacity. 11 schools right now, as of fiscal year 26, are actually already at under 50% capacity. So we went straight from that to this grid, which you've seen before, except this is updated with the fiscal year 26 demographers report. And so we took a look at this in just a couple different ways. And so this goes with kind of the slide, that graphic on the previous slide. So this is our K6 and our K8 campuses. Anything that is in blue, you can see is under 50% capacity. And if you're looking for year to year, it starts in, the first column is fiscal year 21, and then goes to fiscal year 26, and where we have a break at 26, that was the percent capacity of that campus in fiscal year 26. And as we move right across the chart, we have the projected capacity from the demographer for 27 all the way up through fiscal year 36. And you can see as we get to fiscal year 36, There are far more of our K-6, K-8 campuses that are projected under capacity. And then we have 4 schools that are projected above their capacity, and that is Stetson Hills, West Wing, Union Park, and Sonoran Foothills. Here we look at the high schools and the middle schools, and much like we said on that 2 slides ago on that graphic slide, they're relatively stable for now. In 2035, 2036, those labels are backward. I do apologize. That would be the middle schools up top and the high schools on bottom. We will fix that before we post this on the long-range planning website. The 3 middle schools, you can see where they're projected below capacity. So they're right in a good spot right now, except for Deer Valley Middle, which we said is at that 46%, and they will remain relatively steady. And Deer Valley Middle is actually projected in the coming years to come back above that 50%. High schools, again, are relatively stable. And potentially have that growth as well moving into the future. So where we've got the lowest being that 67%, which is Barry Goldwater right now, depending on what happens with growth in the future, Boulder Creek actually in 2036 could be the lowest capacity school. But the committee, when we met last year, because when we look at a potential boundary adjustment for whatever reason, we try to look at the schools that are in closest proximity to each other. So they wanted to see the data, not how the demographer presents it, but by region. And so we broke it out to them by region. That top region is Boulder Creek High School. And so you can see that Anthem area, depending on what happens with growth, right? That is only with growth that has already been approved. The entire district, other than the high school, would be projected at under 50% in 2036. We do know that there's going to be some growth up there. I think there are some new developments that that are coming across now but have not been approved. Barry Goldwater region is relatively steady, but we see that hotbed of growth for Sonoran Foothills and Union Park. Sonoran Foothills, I think they have additional growth that has not fully been approved yet, that we will see by the time we get to 2036, that you would actually see them above that 120%. Deer Valley High School region, again, that is in the southernmost of our district. And so the juxtaposition between Anthem and Deer Valley High School region is one is farthest north and one is farthest south. And both of those are where we are seeing the greatest decrease or projected decrease in students. For Deer Valley High School region, Highland Lakes is the school that remains in that range that we would expect, between 50 and 80%. They are built a little bit differently. They're a K-8 amongst many K-6s. And so for Arrowhead and Greenbrier, they actually take those 6th grade students and bring them into their own middle school, with their own 6th graders moving up into middle school. Mountain Ridge region remains relatively stable for the next 10 years. We probably will see some growth for Terramar and West Wing. The one thing about Terramar and West Wing is not in 26-27, but 27-28, we may see a decrease because there's an American Leadership Academy that is opening. It's actually in Peoria Unified School District, but it's this weird little block of Peoria Unified that comes north of Happy Valley. So it is actually surrounded on either side, where the American Leadership Academy is going to be built, by boundaries for those 2 schools. And so, but I think after moving forward, after 2032, 33, for Terramar and West Wing, moving maybe to the next 10-year phase of the Long Range Planning Committee, we'll see some growth out there, especially with the Peoria Innovation Corridor. Sandra Day O'Connor region, the 4 schools for that high school region, or the 4 K-6, K-8 schools for that region. You can see that Inspiration Mountain and Stetson Hills remain steady or above capacity. Of course, Stetson Hills, that would be barring any changes to their boundary. And so what we talked about at the committee for next steps, so kind of what we did on our May 21st committee meeting was, that's one thing that I didn't have memorized. We really took a look at, the data. There is a podcast of the Demographers Report on the website. So we talked about the pieces of the data that stood out to us the most, and we talked about for the next steps, what data do we think we need, and what variables are there to the data, right? The demographers' data includes variables that can be statistically identified or are known. That's the point of having parents on the committee and our staff members on the committee is that sometimes they know variables that statistics don't. And so we really identified things that we might not know and data that would help us make informed decision about those. We did have questions about this study session today and what it would include. And the June 23rd action item that we're expecting in a couple of weeks. And so my information to the committee was that if we get additional direction from the board today or at that, the next meeting, then that might help direct our work moving forward as well. So we know what we're working on as far as just looking at the new data, much like every school district around us has closed schools. I think we are the unicorn at this point that has not had to, and I don't want to. What I told the committee when we met is that at all costs, I don't want to have to do what some of the other districts have done, and that is mid-year cuts. Mid-year cuts, mid-year closures. And so that was my charge to them. We need to make recommendations for the district as a whole that helps us stay out of that. And so it may mean potential recommending of campuses to repurpose. And so that's what we started focus on until we finished these two meetings and know if there are any changes with the boundary recommendations. Once we have that information, we may change the work moving forward. But the way we built the schedule was we have a meeting every month from May 21st all the way through December 17th. And that timeline actually gives us enough time to extend out to December for any decisions then, additional decisions that might go into 27 or 28. And the goal would be, if you look at the other districts, they typically had those decisions in September, October. If it's something as significant as repurposing a campus. And so that's the goal, is that we would bring that back to the board, have all of these steps that we've already done, community mailers, community forums, continue to monitor the email address, continue the committee work, and then make a decision far enough in advance that we have time to manage the change successfully moving into the 27-28 school year. And with that, that's about my hour. I will open it up for questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Moser.
Thank you.
Just so the board's aware, in my mind, and all of us weren't here when we started, so we didn't have a conversation, but what I had hoped to do was have the presentation, let the public speak, and then have the board speak. But if you guys have questions that you think the community needs to hear before they get a chance to speak, then go ahead and get it out there. Otherwise, I know that we wanted to have this so that the community could have their voice. So I just want us to be cognizant of the time. If you guys want to start asking questions now, or if you want to wait till the community. Yes, Ms. Simichek.
So the meetings for the
Microphone.
meetings for
Turn it on.
the meetings for the long range planning committee go through December, but the action item in 2 weeks from now is
Ms. Simichek, President Carver, the recommendations that we showed earlier in the slide from phase 1 of the committee, those have not changed at this time. For anything that would be coming in, what we would expect to be actually September, October, would be any additional recommendations from the committee.
so on the 23rd, the vote is for what we already voted on. I'm just want to clarify. It's the same thing we've already been discussing.
Ms. Simichek, yes.
Okay, so why would we schedule meetings through December and have that option of having those discussions and, all of the feedback and all of that? Why would we not extend that for the next couple of months and give the community what they've been asking for instead of voting again 2 weeks from now for something we already voted on.
President Carver and Ms. Simichek, the work we're really focusing on is phase 2. And so in order to give enough time and attention to phase 2, that's what we've started to focus on right now.
But we haven't fixed phase 1.
I believe the presentation we had tonight and on March 10th, we have had 3 meetings where we answered every question that we've received. I still don't know what might be outstanding, and so this is your chance tonight to let me know if there's anything outstanding that we haven't answered.
Okay, I'm gonna let the community speak and then we'll
Sure.
go from there.
Dr. Pack, you look like you have something now?
I have many questions, but I definitely want to hear the public speak, and I will be meeting with, I believe, you and Dr. Galligan on the 22nd. Hopefully a conference room with lots of room so I can spread out my papers, but I also am concerned, confused, wondering why we're voting on the 23rd on something we already voted on. So, but yes, let's let the public speak, and then I can always ask my questions later, today, or on the 22nd. Thank you.
Ms. Fisher, did you have anything for right now?
I do want to hear what the public says, but a couple of just 3 quick notes that I wrote down. If it's a year away, why do we need to adopt it now? When our public has already said they have concerns. We have focused on giving a lot of data and speaking at the community, but have yet to make any effort to speak with the community. Some of the data is almost overwhelming for most people who don't watch this stuff all the time. So I almost feel like we are going through a motion without actually giving our community the say. They have emailed, they have talked, they have come, they have spoke, that they have ideas, suggestions, things for their children. Maybe their ideas are terrible. Maybe their ideas are perfect. We don't know because we're not listening. And so I also do not understand why we're pushing a vote for the same item that has gone unchanged and no community input has been provided for. And I'd like to hear what the community thinks on that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. So we'll open this part up for community comment. If you want to speak and haven't filled out a comment card, please come get one from the table. We track this just so that Ms. Fisher can make it part. No, I'm sorry, not Ms. Fisher. Mrs. Taylor, and I'll give you chocolates later for that. I apologize. Mrs. Taylor keeps that for the records. So if you're not one of the 4 people that have turned in a card, if you want to come get one because you want to speak, that would be great. Otherwise, I'm going to call you up in the order that they were turned in. And study sessions are a little bit different so that the community is aware. You're not going to have a clock running on you like we normally do during the governing board meetings. Just be aware that we do have a hard stop at 6:30 so that we can prepare for the governing board meeting. And if other people do decide that they want to speak, you'll just be cutting them off from having an opportunity, or the board from conversing with you about the things that you bring up. So that being said, Brian Elam, Brielle Wells, Mary Smitten, and Christy Cooper.
So thank you. I wanted to address the composition of this committee. So 10 of the 17 members are district employees. Both co-chairs are deputy superintendents. The people evaluating the boundaries are the same people whose jobs depend on the outcome the district wants. That's not a stakeholder committee. That's the district talking to itself. 5 of the 7 remaining members are regional parents with no formal advocacy role. 1 community representative, that's the community's voice in this process. If this committee is going to have any credibility, the composition needs to be rebalanced, or an independent facilitator needs to run this process, not the district leadership. The district leadership sets the agenda, facilitates the process, and dominates the votes. Doesn't really seem like a committee at all. I also want to raise a concern about the data being presented. Ms. Mock has delivered what sounds like a compelling sales pitch, but the numbers seem to shift from meeting to meeting. When data changes that frequently, the community deserves to know why, and we are asking that all the data and supporting materials be released publicly before each meeting, not during it, so the parents and community members have time to review it, question it, and verify its accuracy. Decisions this significant should not be made on data we're seeing for the first time in this room, and I believe the committee members made a comment on this a couple of meetings ago. Let's talk about the timing. So Ms. Mock's pushing for a vote while families are on summer break, away from home, disconnected, unable to show up and speak out. That is not a coincidence. You do not schedule consequential community decisions during summer vacation by accident. The community will not allow its voice to be squeezed out through strategic timing. I also want to recognize board members Simachek, Fisher, and Pack for speaking up and having the courage to hold the district accountable when it mattered most. This community sees that and appreciates that. Dr. Finch's resignation is effective June 30th, 2027. The committee's work will shape this district for a generation. Any recommendation produced under a lame duck superintendent, steered by his direct reports, should be advisory only, not binding. The incoming leader deserves a seat at the table. And in Dr. Finch's own resignation letter, he states his priority, and I'm quoting, is the best interest of DVUSD. Not the students, not the families, the institution. That framing tells you everything about how this process is being run and why this community deserves something better. This community deserves a process it can trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elam.
Hello, my name is Brielle Wells. I am a parent of 3 at Union Park, 1 at North Terra Canyon, and a member of the Long Range Planning Committee. I have some information here to pass out. Don't worry, we will not talk about all of this, but I feel like it will be helpful in our discussion. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, thanks. There's this and one of these for each person.
Okay.
It was ordered, but okay. Okay. The first packet is the one that has a paper clip on it. For Union Park Spanish immersion. Okay, so this paper. So we, as you saw in the boundaries, and as you can see here, there was about a third of Union Park looking to be zoned to North Terra Canyon. And with the specialty program of Spanish immersion, that is quite a problem. For the Thank you. Thank you. So there was cited only 36 impacted children in the Spanish immersion program. We know from talking to the registrar at Union Park, there are 70 impacted Spanish immersion children that would be zoned out. We have, as Ms. Mock mentioned, there's been mentioned there's only 22 take the bus regularly. My children are 3 of those, so myself and other moms know there's more than 22, and counting ourselves along with the math. So if you see here on this paper, it shows you how there's more than 36 impacted students, there's more than 22 impacted students. There's 70 in the Spanish immersion program being zoned out. more than that, ride the bus. Continuing on to the next page, you can see that that creates a problem for the teachers. So the way Spanish immersion works is you have 2 teachers for each grade. One teaches in Spanish, one teaches in English. And so if you take away those teacher contracts, we have to get rid of immersion teachers. Then what? How does that program work? How does that program succeed? You have a teacher who has to then teach the Spanish and English side, which is a problem because you're supposed to have one teacher speak only Spanish, one teacher speak only English, or you have teachers doubling up and teaching multiple grades. It creates a problem for the specialty program. We've had issues. This is the first time tonight we heard that kids that are already in the program can stay for sure. We've had lots of back and forth on that. So that was confirmed tonight that if you're in the program, you can stay in it. So it's always been based on availability. So that was the first time we heard that tonight. Appreciate that. But if you look at these maps here on the second page and on the third page, we as a community, there are lots of proposed boundaries that have been emailed in. I've emailed in multiple, some zone my family out, some don't. There's one here, it's got 2 stars here that show, it shows less of Union Park being zoned out, so you wouldn't drop the program, and the school so much, losing teachers, losing resources. But also you see the 2 stars that show that there would be a bus route on each side of North Valley Parkway. Therefore allowing for potential open enrollment on both sides, keeping both kids safe. So we really believe that this too much of Union Park is trying to be taken away. A third of it really disrupts our program, disrupts our school, disrupts the teachers. And we have ideas, we have proposed boundaries. We'd love to get more information from demographers and different things like that, but we have what we have and we'd love to be heard. On the next page, page 4, going back to the second page, the demographers report shows in these neighborhoods, it shows K through 12, not K through 8. And I think it'd be really helpful if we could get these maps like this for neighborhoods and K through 8, because that's what we're looking at rezoning. We're not looking at high schools yet, we're just looking at K through 8. So I think that could also be helpful information for us to have. Also, if you look at, on that same page, one more time, I guess you can't really read these, but it appears that the district just tried to even out in 10 years Norterra Canyon and Union Park, and we'll get to in a minute why that's problematic. Fourth page, it was asked in the last committee meeting I was at if the preschool numbers are included in all these numbers that we've been using, and the answer was no, and that we would get that data soon. But we found it on the Arizona Department of Education website. This is your fourth page. And Norterra Canyon has 74 preschool students that are not included in these numbers. As we're looking at numbers, as we're looking at enrollment, that's not included. My son is in that preschool program. He'll be in it next year. And those students take up classrooms, they take up teachers. Why are they not being included in those numbers? Same with Sunset Ridge. Sunset Ridge has a preschool program of 53 students. That should be included in our numbers and in our data, and it's not. Page 5 shows demographers' reports projections. So starting in 2020, they projected that Union Park will be up to almost 1,500 students this past year, 2025, 2026. We were at less than 900. I understand their projections, they're not going to be perfect, but this should just be one data point, not the total picture. And so if the projection for 5 years is over 500, is about 500 students more, what's the projection going to look like for 10 years? How off is that number going to be? We only see 4 of them because there's actually 2 that are missing from the website, but I got what I could from our district website. So. It's telling me I'm taking too long. So anyway, going back to that chart where Norterra Canyon and Union Park were going to be the same in 10 years, if that's our only data point we're looking at, that's problematic. It's not factoring in other things like as you'll see on here, that's not factoring in the Spanish immersion program. It's not factoring in the teacher ratio, the 50-50 English and Spanish. It's not factoring in preschool enrollment. That's not factoring in bus safety routes. It's not factoring in a lot of different things that should be factored in. We already saw this earlier, the waitlist paper. We saw it on the slides Ms. Mock did for Union Park School. An idea we had, so we know that Spanish immersion students cannot be added past 2nd grade. They have to be proficient in the language to do it. So they try to pack it in kindergarten and 1st grade, which makes sense because as time goes on, you can't add students past that, but you can add traditional students. So a thought we've had is, why not, not accept as many traditional students for open enrollment, because we know those grades will get packed. And limit the traditional students we open enroll versus at the beginning, you want to enroll more. Spanish version. That's okay. I can talk loud too. Okay, almost done here. This is just a copy of the commitment form for the Spanish immersion program, just so you have it. 6 talks about staying in the program through 8th grade. Number 9 talks about, as I understand, I must provide transportation to the school if I do not reside within the school's boundaries. Again, when people sign this, they live in the boundaries. And so to then switch that on them and now they have to figure out transportation feels very, feels like the district isn't holding down their part of the bargain. And then the last part, there's another parent from Sonoran Foothills who put that fantastic packet together that's stapled. Just a couple things I wanted to say about that. For Sonoran Foothills, there's on page 8, they have blue and red, and it's the proposed boundaries are looking at moving an established aging community to Sunset Ridge and moving that red portion, if you see on page 8, that area is exploding. There's tons of growth there. The proposed boundaries are proposing to move that to Sonoran Foothills. And that is going to grow a ton. There's going to be a ton of more students coming from that. They have a much more direct route to Sunset Ridge versus that blue aging area that they're trying to move to Sonoran Foothills, that they're trying to move to Sunset Ridge. Their way to get to Sonoran Foothills is very crowded. You'll see that on page 11. It shows you how congested it is. So page 10 and page 11 will kind of show you that. We're not going to go over that, but you can look there. And then last thing, page 13 in that stapled packet shows that section of Norterra. Well, it was Sonoran Foothills, potentially moved to Norterra Canyon, but then it was proposed not to. I think we should reconsider that section, because if we're trying to move kids from Sonoran Foothills, that's overcrowded, to the undercrowded schools, which would be Norterra Canyon, I think that could be a great option. And so to reconsider that, I think would be wise. Anyway, thank you for your time. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
I guess it is good evening. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Mary Smitten. I am a teacher at Norterra Canyon. My children also attended that school. They've also graduated from Deer Valley. I understand the frustration many community members feel regarding the possibility of another rezoning possibly another rezoning. Norterra opened in 2008 and has experienced boundary refinements before, in concluding when Sonoran opened in 2015 and Union Park in 2020. Today, we are once again part of the discussion about rezoning. Norterra is a thriving, inclusive community that is constrained by its current geographic boundaries. As the working group has discussed, Norterra is not the only school facing these realities, creating inequitable class sizes and working situations for staff across the district. The working environment of staff is the learning environment of our students. Research consistently shows that smaller class sizes support stronger student outcomes, making this an important conversation centered on what is best for children. As a teacher, I use data every day to respond to the needs of my students. This study session reflects the district doing the same, using data to make decisions that best serve students. While boundary changes can be difficult, they directly impact enrollment, class sizes, and student outcomes.
Thank you, Ms. Smitten.
Is it on? My name is Christy Cooper, and I'm just here to talk a little bit about Sonoran Foothills. I've just retired from there. I've worked there since it opened, and I was a little concerned the night that you guys originally voted on the boundary changes, because I heard Dr. Finch say that Sonoran and Union Park were busting at the seams. And coming from Sonoran Foothills and being a reading specialist there, we had very low class sizes. So I didn't really understand. He said that those schools were teaching on the stage and they were overcrowded and they had no more classrooms. We were not teaching on the stage. We have our class sizes were average in the primary around 20 to 22 students per class, which is, in my day, that's an excellent class size. We were not on the stage. I questioned Union Park and asked them if anyone was on their stage, and they said no. Sonoran Foothills, even though it should be busting at the seams, it seems like our enrollment goes down every year. Ever since 2020, we lost quite a bit of students, and we've been going down. I saw your presentation, and it said that we do not have common spaces for teachers. We have a huge science lab that they did for our meetings. We have our conference room in our office. We have our library. In the old days, we only had our library and our conference room. Now we have this huge meeting space that we can use for different things. I don't really know why we're presenting things that don't seem to match the actual school and being there for so many years. I think it's a little deceiving. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Next, we have Kate Murphy and then Carolyn Cole. If you could state your name for the record before you begin, please.
Hi, my name is Kate Murphy. I have been a parent in the district for 13 years. My kids started at Norterra Canyon and then moved to Union Park when it opened. I've been on the board of the PTSA since the day the school opened, and I just got elected for my 7th and 8th year, so I am in it to win it. I just wanted to say a few things similar to what Christy just said about her school. At Union Park, we know that we are crowded. That is a reality that we face. But I just wanted to present some information. We've spoken to the principal. We've had several meetings with her asking very specific questions around what are the pain points at the school? What is it that we as parents can help present at this meeting for you? I know they talked about the science lab, and I just wanted to state for the board to understand how the science lab is utilized at Union Park. It's empty most of the time. Teachers have had a time where they could schedule to be in there to make sure that they're not overlapping. And when Ms. Ganuni presented to the 7th grade teacher as the possibility of using the science lab, he jumped with joy. He's so excited to be able to be in that classroom. They have worked out a system where the teachers can request time, and he will happily, he said, move his students for that day or that hour to the other classroom so that they can be in there so that the science experiments can still take place in the science lab. So I think that to say that the science lab is no longer usable by everyone is a little bit disingenuous and not actually representative of the way that our school has been creative in working it out. Obviously, it would be ideal to have a science lab that's empty all the time that anyone can use. We recognize that that's a problem. No one from our school is saying we don't need to make some changes, but as Brielle presented, we feel like the changes that are being made are taking too much and making too many adjustments, and we hope that we can some other alternatives. As Christy said, no one is teaching on the stage except for the PE coaches who've been teaching on the stage since the day that the school opened with something like 550 students. Maybe I'm wrong on that number, I apologize. But I just wanted to make sure that the board knew that as a parent who recognizes that there is crowdedness, there was a class this last year after the day 100, when all the students started coming back from charters or moving in or whatever, we did have one class in 5th grade that raised up to 40 students. And when you spoke to that teacher, we said, "Are you okay? Like, how can we help you?" And she said, "I love this class. I would rather have 40 students than mess up our programs. And I am happy to do it." And there was a concern that those students would then be moved on next year to an overcrowded classroom, and we were able to hire an additional teacher for that grade. So that is the one single classroom in our school that was crowded, and it has been completely dealt with for next year. We also recognize more things are coming, and we understand changes have to be made. No one is saying no. People are just asking for more reasonable solutions that take in some of the concerns of our program. So we're very grateful for your time today and for your listening, and we hope that we are able to present some solutions and work with the board and figure out a way to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
My name's Carolyn Cole. I've spoken before on this issue, and I have really appreciated the community that has been involved in this from the very beginning. I'm going to state again that I have 3 children who will be going to Union Park next year. I understand we are the loud minority, but we are not necessarily the only ones who are speaking up in our neighborhoods, around our homes, at our bus stops. I am hearing from many people who cannot come to board meetings, who cannot show up at these things. For me, it was difficult to get here on time tonight because I have 4 children at home and a husband who works. So many of our friends in our neighborhood cannot show up to these sort of things. They are spending their time in their evenings with their families. It feels very much like, okay. My main concern is that we are prioritizing children who might be here in 10 years over the children who are active parts of our community and good citizens now. That feels really unfair to children who already have been through so much in the last 6 years. I am not part of Spanish immersion. That I understand that it's been pigeonholed as Spanish immersion is the people who care the most, and they have a stand, I think. But I'm saying this as a parent who has kids who are neurodivergent, who will not do well moving schools and trying to make new friends and having that kind of a transition. I think there have been a lot of really great suggestions given by our community here. My suggestion continues to be that if we are grandfathering children into this school, that we please provide transportation. Otherwise, you are pricing families out of their school, their community, and their friendships. That is the bottom line. There are families in our neighborhoods who cannot afford before and after care, who rely on the bus to get their children to and from school because they work too early or too late, and our before and after care is already full. And it has been stated multiple times that they can add people, but at the same time, we're also hearing that that's not going to be enough for this number of students. Also, this happening 4 times in 10 years to our neighborhood still seems ridiculous to me. I maintain that kids who started kindergarten in 2020 should not be forced into this change. They should be allowed to matriculate into their high schools, and that will be in 3 years. And that is not too much time to ask, as far as I'm concerned. Those are my suggestions. I hope that you will hear us, that we are not here just trying to make trouble. We're here for our children. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Appreciate everybody's input. Is there anybody else from the public that has decided that they would like to have a comment? Okay, if you change your mind, jump up and down and wave your hands so I can see you. And we'll go around the horn. No, not in any particular order. Dr. Pack, you were chomping at the bit earlier.
I would like to offer my other board members a chance to speak because I have a lot of questions, but I don't want to hog the time as I do have another meeting scheduled, a one-on-one, but I do have questions, but please go first.
Mr. Botfeld, do you have something? No? I think she wants to wait till possibly after her meeting with the administration to ask more questions.
Do you have any questions?
Ms. Semichek.
Something that I would like to see, because I feel as though our community has come to us and they've attended all the meetings and they've filled out all the surveys and they've done everything that we as a district had asked them to do without really taking that information and pushing it into a solution that makes our families feel more comfortable for their children. And as a mom myself, you know, I know it's very easy to point fingers and say, you know, well, they just, you know, like their mascot. And it's so much more than that. It is so much more than that. And, you know, I can speak for Union Park because in Norterra Canyon, because I've had both of my daughters, and I taught at Norterra Canyon, go through those schools. And the last speaker who spoke talked about COVID and the transition there too, and that was very difficult. My daughter is one of the ones who started kinder online, but it also provided an opportunity for our communities to become very, very close, and it's something that I've noticed over the last few years. So I really don't feel like dismissing and just quickly just dismissing our families and saying that, you know, they're just because of the mascot and, you know, some people are going to be okay and some aren't. That's just not okay, because our kids are kids. They're people. They have emotions and feelings and everything that affects them, especially as children will affect them later in life. And that has a lot to do with their friendships and stability in their lives. And school is a huge stability for students. I feel like the one thing I've been able to offer my daughter in this crazy world is the fact that she's been at the same school since kindergarten. And I was able to provide my other daughter with a K-8 experience at the same school, and how important that is. And we don't necessarily see that so much these days, but how important it is for raising our children, especially during these times. When we have an option of, let's say, planning out the calendar, we are given 3 different options of doing so. It feels like and this is the same thing, which is why I'm going to have a very difficult time if we have to vote on this in 2 weeks, is that we are given something with that's what it is. And there's no discussion. There's a discussion, but the feedback from the discussion is not reflected on the maps that we have received. It's literally the same thing every time. So we can talk all day long about how much we've put out there into the community for people to come and be their voice, but we haven't taken that voice and gone back to the drawing board and integrated that into a solution. We're not doing that at all. And that is what our community is asking of us, if I'm hearing correctly. And we need to be able to provide, the board needs more options. This option is not going to work. You're taking one community, you're cutting it directly in half. After that particular community fought years ago, before Union Park, right when Union Park was being built, they were separated, and we fought to put them back together, and we did. And then now we're separating it again, and there's really no, like, the line right there, there's no, it doesn't make any sense to me. That section over there right before the 303 that was shared about why are we not revisiting that, I would love to see that as an option as well. These are options, so you need to provide us with options. I can tell you right now, and maybe I really don't even have that many questions, if we go back in 2 weeks from now and literally hear the exact same thing, and if I see that presentation another time because it's literally the same every time, then I'm going to still be a no vote, because you're not taking the feedback of the community and delivering something that they have asked for. And this community elected me to serve on the board, and that's what they're asking of me, and that's what we're asking of all of us, is to sit back down on the drawing board, maybe have a new committee. If not, the community needs to be tasked with providing 3 different options or something. But this isn't going to work, and it's not working, and the people have spoken and they've said so. So I really don't see the point in having a meeting to vote on the 23rd for the exact same thing, because until we go back and actually provide our community with something else and some options and suggestions and get creative, it's just not going to happen. So sorry, no questions, but that's where I'm at still.
Thank you, Ms. Simoncek. Mrs. Fisher?
Do you want me to respond to that? or-
Yeah, if you have something for her, sure.
Well,
That's
just,
what we're here for.
I think that's not true. What you're saying is not true. The committee exists to take the feedback. That's why we have a committee. That's no different than all our other committees. When you get feedback, like today, for example, if there was suggestions from the board to go back and chew on it for the next 2 weeks, that's what they're going to do. That's the process. That's how we do it. The survey data, that's another point as well. That's how you form these things. And don't forget, a demographer is in the middle of this. This is what this guy does for a living. And so these are recommendations that he is given to us, and we've worked with him to come to make it happen or make it logical. What I hear is, let's give 12 magic markers to 12 different schools that are impacted and let them design what's best for them. Well, that's, it's not a bad idea. The problem is they have differing agendas. And so that's kind of why we have to be the umbrella over the top. No different than curriculum, no different than graduation dates, no different than all our other committees that we do. We have to look over the top of the entire district, and I think time is marching on. TSMC is coming, ready or not, whether we get ready for it or not. And every day that we wait, the problems are only going to get worse. And I'm the guy that actually meets with all these people that of the developers that are coming. Heather comes as well. When we meet the state officials, it's coming, and it's coming fast. And it's our job to take the feedback, like tonight, back to the committee. We answer all of those questions. I could have answered all of the questions that were said tonight. There's a reason why we didn't do this or didn't do that. And so we do take their feedback. We are interested in their feedback. And that's where you got the 12 solutions for the last time we voted on it. So to say that we don't take their feedback, I don't agree with that.
I just want to respond to that. When we adopt curriculum, we get it down to 3 different types of curriculum. Then it comes down to one in the committee. If we voted no on that curriculum, it would go back and we would start looking at the other pieces of curriculum and decide maybe this is a better option. We are not doing that. When we get calendars, it's the same process. This is the only process where it's literally, I feel, and from what I have witnessed, is this is it, and this is what it's going to be, and you're either going to vote on it or not, and if you don't vote on it, then, we're not going to like you anymore, and that's what it is. So I do feel like the other committees have a tremendous amount of more flexibility and options to choose from. This, to me, I haven't seen that.
Well,
So
yes.
show me all the maps and other options that were put together. We saw the one with Sonora, and we saw that one. We saw a couple of but it's literally like, well, we had that. It's almost like it was made to just cross it off. And that's what I'm seeing. And I'm hearing some solutions a little bit with transportation in the Spanish immersion program, but I'm not hearing solutions for like parents. I've also brought up multiple times about cutting that line through the one neighborhood through Fireside, and that hasn't been taken into consideration, and the communities there as well. But I really have to push back on that and say that there are so many more options with things that we create for this district around, whether it is curriculum or it is calendars or whatever. There hasn't been multiple options for our community for this.
With curriculum, they actually do start with 3 options, but it's narrowed by the committee, and the committee brings 1 recommendation to the board. They don't bring 3 options.
If we said no to that option, though, we would have 2 other options to go back on and take a look at. With the calendars, they bring the 1, but if we said no, we would have the 2 other calendars to go back on. We don't have 2 other boundary maps to take a look at and go back on. That, to me, is a conversation that allows a lot of different input, and that's what this is missing, as far as I'm concerned.
And I would say the reason is the demographer. is a resident expert on the field. So
So,
that's different
is
than
he
us.
here tonight? Is the demographer here? Was he, I know that was a request that we had, so we could ask him questions.
No.
Okay, and the other.
We can bring him to the next meeting. that's
And the
fine.
other thing is that the demographer hasn't been correct in everything. We've seen that with the numbers. He
Yeah,
hasn't
they're
been correct.
Educated guesses. Yep.
Yeah, but by 500 plus students is a huge, that's a half a school of 1,000, you know, that's just, those are massive numbers. We're not talking like 30 kids here. We're talking like 500 kids. That's a huge, huge inflation.
Yep. No, that happens in his job, I'm sure. Many variables that are out of his control, he has to guess correctly. You're right.
Ms. Fisher, can I jump in, and I'll give it to you, and I'll come back. First of all, what she said. Second of all, I went to the Arizona School Board Association conference and had the pleasure of hearing the demographer speak, Mr. Breimer, and he did say, I was taking it in, learning a lot. I mean, he is smart. But one thing he said was, and I have it, quote, in another binder from that conference, I didn't bring it, that it is an educated guess, but the specific quote that he said that really stuck with me was, it's because of birth rates and all these factors that we don't have control over, it is extremely difficult to do your guesstimate for specific grades and schools. And that's what caught my ear, not just in the state of Arizona, but for specific grades and schools. And then another point that I took away from that conference was I got to hear Mr. Miglorino speak, and he was talking about data, and he said, it's not a trend till you have 3 years. One of our demographer years is missing, and if you want to look at longevity, we're missing that. So I would request that year that's missing be provided, and I have other requests, but I want to turn over to you so I don't take all the time, but I have more to say.
The lady who had all the flyers, okay. Can you send us that little tiny map? Okay. I'm sitting here, I'm listening to multiple things, okay? And while I'm at it, I'm a data person, so I data entered everything into Excel because we're never provided Excel so that we can analyze information. We're always provided pictures. And I'm looking at your maps and putting my own little notes on where they are. And historically, that is what we have done with our community, is we have put this information up on maps, on data, on whatever, and we have had our community sit at the table with us, and we have gone over it and actually understood what we were talking about in the past. Now, Heather, I'm not sure if that's before you were here or since, so it could be. You look a little confused, yeah, that's why so it may be prior to your time, but we did it. And since then, we have shut it out, but we can talk all we want tonight, and your maps really tell a whole different picture. They tell a whole different story and a whole different conversation that could and should occur. But if I'm understanding both the disagreement with what Ms. Simicek has said and the report that Ms. Mock has provided, is that at the next meeting, regardless of what is said and done tonight here, the board will be given the same choice over and over again with no community input, no change to what was presented that made the superintendent quit, or the next meeting that has gone on and on. So are we at any point going to have a meaningful meeting with our community that's going to bring something different? Because just coming and sitting in here for show and presenting, you know, it's like we are under a constant tap dance of let me bury you in information and give you the exact same thing. It's not working. Quitting to make the board, oh, no, don't quit on us. Don't quit on us. We'll change our vote. Didn't work. The next meeting of beating us with it didn't work. All we are asking is to talk with our community. That's all we're asking for, and this is nothing but a flim-flam show if it is going to have no change to what is presented in 2 weeks at the next meeting. So is there anything that we as a board can do, or that our community can do, to make the district say, we're willing to listen and put together a change to what has been presented multiple times?
The answer is that's what we're doing tonight. That's why we have this study session. That's what the point is, so the public could come speak. That's why we had, what, a dozen opportunities for
I'm
them
not
to speak?
asking about letting them speak. They could each get up one at a time
I will be
and
looking
speak.
at their
I'm asking, is
suggestions.
what
They
they
will be
say
looking.
going to make any change? Because what we've been told is that there will be no change.
The numbers don't change.
The numbers don't change, but what you're looking at in the numbers isn't necessarily accurate. When you put those pretty little numbers on her pretty little map and look at the data that's there, there is potential for change to the presentation of where our boundaries are going to go. Because the one thing they have said is correct, is when these kids are impacted, you'll be gone, I'll be gone, odds are all of us will be gone, but their children won't be.
That's the point. 2035.
Correct.
TSMC is coming, ready or not.
In
It's our job-
2035, so, okay,
It's our job to be ready for that.
absolutely. So how many of the children are we going to sacrifice for the kids in 2035 because we're not going to consider their needs today?
This, boundaries in general are designed for the betterment distribution of students across multiple schools. We have done boundaries for probably since the 1930s. We're 90-some years old. So every time we grow and grow in growth spurts, we have to redo the boundaries. This is no different. There's
Well,
something coming.
I'm very aware of
in the
that,
middle of
but what I'm
TSMC.
also aware of
It's not-
is
it's real.
the last time we looked at the boundaries, or the first time I looked at the boundaries in Deer Valley, 20 years ago or 15 years ago, there was a board member who didn't want a boundary to change because it would have made their kid go to a different high school. And that somehow became a whatever. It does not need to be about us. It needs to be about them.
That's my point.
But the problem is the point is you're not asking them. You're coming in and this is what it is and it's not going to change. There's no other options. And that's what our community is saying, is that they want another option. Is there going to be another option, or is this going to just continue to be an exercise? Just giving them the ability to come in here and say words and then go, oh, thank you for sharing. Now, here's exactly what we're going to do, the same thing we already did. Isn't working.
We can bring it back to the demographer, these suggestions, and see what he says. That's what we pay him for. We pay him 16
Can we bring them
grand.
back to the committee and have the committee relook at item 1? Or are we going to continue to have a committee that's going to ignore where we're at and just move forward?
President Carver, Mrs. Fisher, members of the board, we can request anything specifically that we want from the demographer. It would require additional time in order to give new projections on what those changes would mean, going out again to 2035, 2036. I don't know how long that would take, but the next committee meeting then is June 18th. I wouldn't bring it back to the board before bringing it to the committee first. Right, because we talked about how the demographer's numbers are best projections based on statistical information, and the reason we put it through committee is the committee knows the neighborhoods, the staff members know the neighborhoods, principals that, right, they know better than the demographer the living cells of the communities. So that is something that can always be done. It's just a matter of time or really time. I think one of the complaints that we had heard was, or concerns that we had heard, not necessarily complaint, was that the decision that we haven't talked about tonight was the decision was being made too fast. And so making a decision on June 23rd would be 406 days from June 23rd till the start of the 27-28 school year, right? So we need to decide how much time is the right amount of time, and that's part of the reason of bringing it back now, is because we wanted to give enough time for families to prepare. So I think that's one of the concerns that we had heard previously that we didn't discuss in the presentation.
Can I say something? Sure. Okay. I think what the community was asking for was to have time so we can get some alternative suggestions. I don't think the community was asking for more time for 400 plus days for them to decide where their kids are gonna go. That's not what they were asking. They were asking about the change, and we keep pushing this 2035, and I get it. I know we have to be prepared. But again, the kids are here now. They're here now, and this is their school and community. And I'm sorry, and people, maybe that's just how I am, okay? But that is me, and I am in this seat right now. And this is what my community is asking for me to do, and they put me here. So I have to be their voice. That is my job. And if we continue to just vote on this, what is the point in having this meeting tonight if we are gonna vote on the exact same map on the 23rd? That's basically saying that anything we discuss tonight and in the next 2 weeks, you could bring to that meeting on the 23rd, but since you're voting on it, nothing's happening. That doesn't work. It's not working. And we can't keep voting on the same thing and having all the meetings and not making a change. That's what the community is asking for. They're asking for some alternative suggestions. And that's what this committee, that's what their task with now. This one didn't get approved. So what do we do now? We come up with something else. Because I'm telling you, if we keep doing this and sitting here and having people come and speak, but we still have to have the same vote 2 weeks from now, no matter what, what's the point?
Well, honestly, I can tell you what the point is.
I can tell you the point
They
is.
have 2 votes, they just need 1, so they're gonna try and wear one of us down. They know it won't be me, and I'm pretty sure I get this, but I think they know it won't be you. So I think they're gonna start working on Karen.
Okay, well, I have some
Honestly,
questions.
I know
Dr.
Karen's
Pack?
smart, and I hope that she will take all this
Dr. Pack has
data
the
in.
floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So, first of all, I want to say thank you to the parents that did come speak. There's more than just a small, loud minority. I actually started counting. I had over 25 people email, not 25 emails, 25 different people email me. I started keeping track of, like, who are these people? I can't remember who all they are. There's lots of you, not just a loud minority. But, and it was actually very difficult to get here, as I don't like to be late. I'm a teacher. I don't like to be late. I barely made it here, but I did want to, and I have questions, but I did want to point out, and I don't understand the disparity. I got a card in the mail on the 28th, and it said anticipated, and an official governing board vote is anticipated during the regular board meeting. I'm like, really? What? Nothing's changed. But then this was given to me, or one of my neighbors that keeps newspapers, I think it was the Foothills Focus. It says, not anticipated, it says an official governing board vote on the boundaries is scheduled. So then it went from anticipated to scheduled. So I have questions that might be good. Well, first of all, questions to be answered, but some of them might be something that could be changed, so we have a choice. And Dr. Finch, you always say context matters, and in comparison to what, which are wise words. So I looked around, and Scottsdale District, when they did boundaries, they had option A, B, C, I think. They had options. And so you make a very good point, Ms. Simchek, about even if the board presents one option and we say no, what are the other options? So let me just jump into some of my questions, and then I apologize, they're kind of all over because I got a lot of information here. But Ms. Mock, on the proposed boundary change for Sonoran Foothills and the Sunset Ridge, that one, whichever slide that is. It's my understanding that SAGE at Sonoran Foothills starts at 4th grade, but SAGE at Sunset Ridge only starts at 5th grade. So what do you do about those kids? I mean, I could be wrong. It's summer, I can't go visit the schools, but.
Dr. Pack, President Carver, members of the board, I believe our Sonoran Foothills and, no, it would be between Sonoran Foothills and Sunset Ridge.
And when SAGE begins at each of those?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. typically Sage starts at 4th grade, but based on their staffing, they could start at lower grades.
Okay, so question number one, can we confirm or find out for a fact if
Yes.
Sage is at 4th grade at Snort Hills and 5th grade at Sunset Ridge? Because that's not fair to those kids
Yeah,
to
we
to
could fix
switch
that.
schools.
Yeah. Dr. Galligan would probably have
was.
known that off the top of her head,
Okay.
but we will get that information and follow up.
All right, next question. On slide number, if you could call up slide number 27, it's the really pretty red, yellow, blue one. Norterra and Union Park. Now that school's out and I have so many chores that I don't want to do, I actually went for a drive. And you have the advantage, Ms. Simchek, of living up there. But once you go out there, after you see these maps, and then you go out there and you visit with community members that actually live there, it makes sense. So on this red, yellow, blue map with the schools, the proposed change is going to be having kids cross, I apologize for getting the name wrong, it's the copper one, I can never remember, crossing at that major road. But one of the suggestions from a parent was the Casino Drive choice. So I went out there and looked at that, and that's a good choice. And I have a little picture here, and teachers have these cool little overlays, and so you can see where the boundary was and where this casino break is. The casino break gives an opportunity for those kids that are getting displaced to get to the bus without having to cross a major road. So that was an option, and I don't pretend to know the ins and outs of it, but that certainly seems like a viable option. So if we could have a plan B with that, or at least have some conversation about that, or some rebuttal as to why that's such a terrible idea, because it seemed like a pretty good idea to me. So that was one. I did not get a chance to go to Stetson Hills, but I used to take my son to Boy Scouts there, so I'm familiar with that older neighborhood. And that, I don't think it's on one of your slides, I can't remember. It looks like from this pretty map, and I've sucked up a lot of color ink in my house, it's cutting like right in the middle of the neighborhood through a house, and I think we had a speaker to that. So this is a big question to me. Are we cutting through a neighborhood? Because there's a major road right there. There's a road right there that would be a natural break. Sorry, I don't remember the road now. I had it written down. So I have that question. Can we please look at Stetson Hills, where that break is? What else? Hold on. Okay, on slide, let's see. Nope, it wasn't a slide. You were talking about the Spanish emergent, Ms. Mock, the Spanish emergent busing. Oh, I think it was slide 14. Not sure. I have slide 14 right here. Slide 14. Yeah, it was. Oh, you're not showing slide 14? Okay. It's the pretty brown one with all the board meeting feedback, slide 14. Oh, all right, slide 14, anybody at home? So you were talking about grandfathered in 3 years. I'd like to make sure that that's written in stone, because I know on the website, some of it's kind of vague, and I try to get to the website often. So grandfathered in 3 years, but so you said you need three things: the need, which we have a need for kids for before and after care, and then position, and you've put out a job posting, and I think we have a human person to work that. Yes, do we have a person?
Dr. Pack, what we don't have at the moment is space. So
Okay.
I do know that the position was posted back in March. Whether or not they filled it, I couldn't tell you, and right now there is no space at Union Park.
Okay.
So we would have to follow up on that.
So when I went to Deer Valley High School, I did not walk 5 miles in the snow, but we had portables. Could we get a portable for the before and after care?
Dr. Pack, members of the board, that is a cost that we cannot afford at the moment without having a bond. We are out of the monies that we had for student growth from our previous bond. And I do believe we have exhausted moving all of the portables that we have. We've already added a building to Union Park. I also don't think that there's a lot of ground available for that either. And it would be a solution that would take probably at least a year, but I think the most important part is that we just can't afford it right now.
So when I was on PTSA, we raised a whole bunch of money for a shade structure, and I'm happy to see that all the districts have shade structures now. Could that be something, and we have some pretty go-getter parents, that they could raise money for a portable or raise money for before and after care?
Dr. Pack, members of the board, I could get a rough estimate of what that would cost, and we can bring it back at the next presentation or put it in a board update.
Thank you. And then, does Union Park have a science lab that's not being used, that could be used for before and after care?
Dr. Pack, members of the board, Dr. Galligan is the one who actually spoke with the principal of Union Park and had that direct conversation on what spaces are available and are not available. My first gut instinct is going to say that's probably not a possibility,
Okay.
but we will follow back up on that as well.
Okay, and then on slide 22, which is, it's blue, Union Park impact facility capacity constraints. And actually, maybe it was the open enrollment one. I have a couple questions. So on the open enrollment, it shows kindergarten available, first wait list, and you're saying by statute or law or whatever, we have to provide open enrollment based on the school facilities division capacity, not our capacity?
Dr. Pack, President Carver, capacity means staffing capacity. So it's the amount of sections that we've allocated for that grade level. So for example, at first grade, if we have 3 sections and each section is staffed for 27 students, that would be our level of capacity.
Okay, so on the slide, and I can tell you the number, it was plain and just had numbers on it. It said 1 wait list. What does that mean? First grade wait list, what does that mean? There's
That
no
means
open enrollment, it means
First
that.
grade, and anyone that is applying at that point in time would be placed on a wait list unless there became availability.
Because they don't have a teacher?
Because they don't have capacity.
Capacity for a teacher for another classroom.
Correct.
Okay, and then if it's kindergarten and it's available, that means a parent can open enroll.
There's room.
So why would, and I can't confirm this, it's just, I'm believing what community members tell me, that they've gone to wherever you go to enroll, because my kids are in their 30s now, and they clicked to do open enroll and they're not able to. So why would that be? Or can we check to make sure that's actually, if it says open enroll, can they open enroll?
You're specifically talking about the open enrollment application and not applying to enroll at the school? You specifically open enrollment, that's just what I'm clarifying?
I'm asking if it states on the website that there's open enrollment and a parent goes to open enroll their child and it says, you cannot do that or we're full. Why is it showing that it's available for open enrollment and then they go to open enroll and they're not able to?
It shouldn't. Someone should be able to file an open enrollment application at all times because the open enrollment application also allows you to select multiple choices. And then once you've submitted that application, it would then respond to you whether or not there is space. So there might be something technically going on there.
Okay, if we could check on that, please. I have more, but I see it's getting really close to time. I did have a general question. You were talking on slide 25 about bus routes, and that some of the transportation routes are expected to be shorter. Who is the person? I understand there's, I think I asked last time, if there's somebody from transportation on the committee, who is that now?
Dr. Pack, members of the board, we have transportation supervisors, actually second in charge of transportation, who is now a district representative on the committee. He was able to fill that spot when someone else left the committee.
What's his name?
His name is Daniel.
Daniel, thank you. So this might be a question for, a general question, maybe Dr. Finch or Daniel. The safety route to schools map that you're talking about, is that a district thing or a state thing?
Dr. Pack, that is actually something we work on with each individual city. So it goes through City of Phoenix, City of Glendale. City of Phoenix and Glendale actually are the ones who prepare the maps for us based on our bus routes and safest walking paths.
Okay, and then real quick, and I'm not going to find the slide because it takes too long. It's the boundary between Union Park and Norterra Canyon. Oslo out there, there's the freeway, and then there's another major road, and the district is suggesting we cut it like a puzzle. But there is a way, and looking at the demographer's numbers, if I read them right, which would be great if he was here, I could ask him, it was calculated that it would be a negative if you did that. I might actually do better on moving the vertical sliver where there's no land, but there's going to be growth and new kids, and move them up. And I can give you the map to articulate that later. Rather than moving kids that are already established. So when your new kids move in the neighborhood, the realtor says, oh, it's a lovely neighborhood and your school is going to be over here, the new school, rather than displacing current kids. And that little sliver of land, there's some roads, I actually went down one, there's actually roads being built, and there's going to be more roads, so it'd actually be easier to get to, I mix my schools up, it's easier to get to the other school rather than the way it's currently. So it's an option that should be looked at. One of the demographer's pages, and again, I've killed a few trees here, it said commercial, and I went to the map, and I'm like, okay, commercial. That's a giant apartment building. That's not commercial. So I'm not confident in the numbers because I see one thing on the paper, but then I see another thing in person with my eyes. So I'm definitely think this needs some more inspection.
Dr. Pack, if you want to provide that information, we can get clarification on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
That's pretty common, though, where the city is rezones. That's actually happening everywhere because they need more residential. You had a comment about Scottsdale having options. Those are all about closing schools. Those are not boundaries. So.
Well, they're options, and options are always good. Even when you
wanna-
teach children,
Yeah,
forced
one school,
choice,
but-
do you want to do your math now or your spelling? They're going to have to do both of them, but forced choice. And so
Yeah.
having options makes
Yeah.
people feel better, and
Yeah,
it's smarter.
Those are closing schools. They're in a different state than we are.
Okay, and if I didn't already request it, the page that's missing, or not the page, the file, for looking at long-term data for the demographer's report, it's the 2022-23 chunk of data is missing. So you can, if you're trying to look it over, like all the Union Park was 1,421, 1,322. We don't know in 23. 25 was 1,100, and now 26 is only 874. So that page is missing, if we could please get that. And then one of the demographer's reports, I think it's map 3, it said K-12, if it could be K-8, because we really need to look at the K-8 numbers if we're moving kids around.
Yes, and Dr. Pack, on the, with the length of the demographer's report, is there a specific chart that is missing
Map 3.
22, 23 data? No, before the map 3 request.
Well, I was looking at Union Park numbers.
Okay, do you have a
just
page number or a chart number for that?
So I think it's on the website, so you can go to the website and find all the previous demographers. So this is the nice one that's
Oh,
not.
I see the entire demographer's
entire-
report.
Yeah, so if you want to look at some data and pull out, like Union Park data is what I was looking at. It was actually not May, it was published in March, but I don't know if that's a misspeak
Okay.
earlier.
I may follow up with you after the meeting because I'm still not quite tracking what from the 23 report we need to follow up on. I just want to make sure I understand you correctly.
Okay, and I have more questions, but I'm thirsty.
Seeing that we are about out of time, I'll just add a few things. I appreciate the input a few board members took the time to actually give. This is what's been lacking in all the meetings that everybody's asked is nobody giving their opinion on what needs to be done. Everybody just saying something needs to be done. So I agree with Ms. Simichek. It would be nice to have options. I believe I can understand why we don't have options. I don't know if you looked back at the 2019 Boundary Committee meeting. The district gave them gave the board at that time 4 options. But something that board did that we didn't do is the board came back with a 5th option, which was the infamous do nothing option, which probably in hindsight wasn't good, but they did have options. But I would imagine that's why we don't have options, because the district's been burnt in the past. Not giving, it's not a credible reason. We've got an almost
No
entirely
fair.
different. We've got an almost entirely different group of people up here. But if I were to try to play devil's advocate, I would imagine maybe that's why we only got the yes or the no. It would be nice with some of the conversation that we've had today. There's actually been some substance to things that people would like to see moved. So I commend the board for actually giving that instead of just pounding their fist in righteous indignation. So thank you. And on the concept of burying us in info, the board's been given almost 6 months now to take some time to try to dedicate a little bit of time to come down and learn what it is that is in all this info, because there is a lot. For Ms. Mock to spend an hour and download us with 40 slides with numbers that we can't read from 50 feet away, but we've all been given an option. And if your life is too busy to do it, you've got other things that are more pressing, maybe public service isn't where some of us need to be, but I would just encourage everybody to try to find the time to do our due diligence, so that we can actually come in here and have educational conversations like we did today, and give Ms. Mock some direction with what we'd like to see as far as options. And, you know, hopefully, we see something. If I haven't discussed the June turn of 23rd meeting, so I'd hate to break it to everybody, but I'm not aware that we're having a vote on anything. I know that's going to be hard for some
didn't
people
get
to
the
believe.
mail.
Well, no, I don't read the mail. If
That's why
if
it
it's not a
said-
check, I don't open it.
Yeah, it
So I
said
just wanna-
anticipated in the newspaper, took their own
So-
liberty
Okay.
and
Yeah.
changed it to a must.
So I do want to thank you for acknowledging that I did some homework, and I do want to thank the board. And I'm like, this is a lot of work, and my eyes get glossy. So yes, I'm Ms. Mock and Dr. Galvin, which when I meet with them, I will certainly praise them for all that work, because it is a lot of work.
One last comment.
It just
I'm
like,
sure
please,
everybody else had their time. You had to, you had to,
Yeah,
Mr.
so
Mock.
anyway, I did
Thank
notice.
you for your work, and thank you for your comments.
Okay. Dr. Pack, did you have one last thing?
I did, and I will bring it up, but when I'm looking at the data, and now I have not had the final demographer's report for 6 months. So I looked at the draft and helped out with the draft, but I did not have it for 6 months, so I beg to differ with you on that. And I don't like making decisions till I have the final product. And so, you know, like one of them specifically, now that I have the final, I saw it in the draft, and I was like, wait a minute, where's Union Park? So I look at this figure 3, which I'll share on the 22nd, and it talks about share of students staying in the district from 1st to 8th grade. And Union Park's not even on here. So I guess we don't have that data? I don't know. So I just have questions, and I don't feel, I'm not saying the numbers are wrong, but I don't have confidence in the numbers, and I see different numbers, and I hear different numbers about the kids on the bus. And I did suggest, now the school's out, you can't do it, but I did suggest, ask the kids. Kids don't forget anything. They can tell you exactly how many kids ride the bus, and which class they're in, and what their favorite pizza is, and et cetera. So, you know, with that, I have more questions, but I'll save them for the 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pack. I appreciate everybody's input tonight. It was educational, I believe, on all fronts. We look forward to whenever the next presentation is to see what changes and adaptations have been created, and hopefully everybody gets an opportunity to visit with Ms. Mock and Dr. Galligan to give their input and to get a better understanding of what we're looking at. Anyway, do I have a motion to adjourn the study session? Mr. Botfield, appreciate the enthusiasm. Ms. Simicek, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned. The regularly scheduled meeting for the governing board will begin at 7 p.m. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody out tonight for the regularly scheduled Deer Valley Governing Board meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7 p.m. Let the record show that all governing board members are present. Dr. Zurbach, would you be so kind as to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence? Thank you. You may be seated. Do I have a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Simichek. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Taylor. First item on tonight's agenda, item 2A, district reports. Ms. Mock?
President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and guests. This evening, I am pleased to present 3 district financial reports, starting with the final M&O budget report for fiscal year 26, and that is for the month ending May. We had some reconciliation issues that we took care of for this report. I know we've been talking a lot about our transportation department and how much they have spent over their budget. And when trying to plan their budget for next year, we found that the report was actually populating incorrectly that was used for this, and transportation has actually spent more to date than what we believed that they had spent. But they do still have $1.3 million encumbered that they're not going to spend in the next 15 days. And so we've got, it's a really loose projection on how the transportation budget is going to end. But that is the one that we are keeping the closest eye on as we complete transactions for the fiscal year. And then we'll bring the AFR, or annual financial report, to you in October. But overall, with those reconciliations, we and the May budget revision that we actually completed, it shouldn't say expected anymore, but in the cash offsets, we found that those had not been in this report as well. At this point, we are projecting $11.5 million in carry forward going into fiscal year 27. For the month ending of May, we had 87% of what we've spent to date has been spent in salaries and benefits. Typically, we're anywhere between 82 and 85. So we're actually up a little higher in the percentage spent to date. Balance of contract paychecks for teachers, those folks that have that balance of contract at the end of the year to take them through summer, those actually will post on Thursday. And so most of those are already included in the encumbrances for salaries, but actually spent to date is 87%. Our second highest, again, is utilities at just under 5%. Transportation is 2.4%. School discretionary budgets are just under 1.8%, and our property and liability insurance are just under 1.5%. So those top 5 items that I just mentioned actually take up almost 98% of the entire budget. With that, I will take any questions on the M&O budget report before we get into the cash reports.
Any questions for Ms. Mock? Dr. Pack?
I submitted the question earlier, but I didn't see it when I checked email. I apologize if you sent the email. I had a question about the very large transportation budget, which it sounds like you sort of answered. Do I understand that the 1.374 number, that's the encumbrance, has not been spent yet, that when you spend that very large negative number will only be $344,000? Is transportation going to look better after all the dust settles with the numbers?
Dr. Pack, President Carver, transportation will look a little bit better when the dust settles, but it will not be 300. It will not end at just 300,000 over budget. What's included in that over $1 million potential over budget is considering that there are 1.3 million encumbered that we know they're not going to spend till the end of the year. If you look at the the column titled, I got it, committed budget balance, you will see that we have subtracted $1 million from that. So we're assuming that it would be no more than $300,000 that we'll spend in transportation between now and the end of the year. And right, that's just bus routes that run for summer, and any parts that they may need to purchase between now and then, or any invoices that have not been paid yet. So it will not be what this would show as a worst case scenario, but transportation expenses are skyrocketing more than any other area, and that is between fuel costs we talked about when we discussed our April report, and contracted drivers.
And then one other question. Again, this may be a newbie question, but the certified classified substitutes is a ginormous 1 million negative balance. What's that about? And how do you, I can't have a checking account with a negative balance. So what does that mean? And how, as a district, do we handle those large negative balances?
Dr. Pack, President Carver, members of the board, the checking account still has a positive balance of over $11 million to end the fiscal year. And so it's just those offsets. If you remember the April report as well, we discussed that between April 1st and the end of April, there were $541,000 worth of charges that were posted to the subline. So we are still going to spend from now until the end of the fiscal year before we finalize our annual financial report to make sure that everything was posted correctly and that no adjustments have to be made.
That's what I thought, when the dust settles. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything further from Ms. Mock on this topic?
President
Ms.
Carver,
Mock,
I
yes.
do have the two cash reports. We have the cash reports, cash balances for auxiliary accounts and student activities accounts for all of the schools for the month ending May as well. The one question that I did see earlier from Dr. Pack talking about some of our high schools, we have some very large high schools, and when it comes to the student activities or the auxiliary accounts, just running reports today to try and get a grasp of how many accounts it is, right? That's one fund or two funds, but it encompasses hundreds of accounts. So it's every athletic group, fine arts, the fees that we collect, anything from the bookstore. There are so many things that go into that. So let's just say Mountain Ridge, for example. When I pulled reports for auxiliary, includes our 527, which is our athletics, and our 526, which is auxiliary. It's both of those. It was over, I just did the math, but it was over like 73 pages, so over 70 pages, and we'll just even pretend there's only 5 individual accounts per page. That's still 365 accounts to equal some of those large totals. But we are very pleased that we have worked with the schools throughout the year to make sure all of those balances are positive moving forward.
Thank you. As a Glendale school board member said, the high schools are like small cities, so I agree.
Anything else from Ms. Mock? Do you have anything further for us on this topic?
Not this evening, thank you.
Thank
But
you, Ms.
later.
Mock. Later, okay, appreciate you. Next item on the agenda, item 3, consent agenda. Dr. Pack?
I move that the governing board approve consent agenda items 3A through 3I.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Botfield. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next item on the agenda, item 4A. Dr. Pack?
I move that the governing board approve employee out-of-state travel for professional development per governing board policy GCCE.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any information to share with the board on this? No. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Item 4B, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to pre-approve the addenda as presented.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Botfeld. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Again, I want to explain my vote. I am voting no because there is, again, student activities funding on here. It is not possible for students to have voted to approve this expenditure when they're not even in school. So, again, I vote nay.
Ms. Mock, since we have new people in the room, would you like to explain pre-approval?
President Carver, Mrs. Fisher, members of the board, and guests. The pre-approval for addenda, the school submits, it's actually a very in-depth process where the approval comes through executive cabinet first and gets approval before coming to the board. The school gets to determine, or the individual club get to determine what fund they might use. And usually it is one of those auxiliary or student activities accounts that we just talked about in the finance reports. However, this is just a pre-approval. So this is, the school knows they're going to have the addenda next school year or in the near future, and that this is a possibility of having either auxiliary or student activities. When we process the addenda with the actual individual having been placed in that position, that is when we require student minutes. So no payroll out of student activities comes out of is processed without that student approval. And so just for those who are here and listening as well, student activities is a fund that is raised by students for students. And so we don't get to approve those transactions for them. They have to approve it. And so whether it is a P-card, procurement card transaction, or an accounts payable transaction, or a payroll transaction, none of those occur without the student minutes in hand.
Thank you, Ms. Mock. Ms. Taylor, do you have a?
It passes 4-1, thank you.
Thank you so much. Item 4C, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board approve SY27 superintendent goals as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Semichek. Just a reminder to the board, these were the goals that were presented in the last executive session that have now come before the board for approval. I'm assuming, Ms. Taylor, Dr. Finch, there were no changes? No. Any discussion?
Public comment.
Oh, you have public comment? Oh, you told me that, didn't you? I apologize. Yes. Thank you.
All right, if Carrie Knutson could come to the microphone, but I need to read an admonishment first. The board invites public comment on the district's business in general and on any agenda item specific. All speakers must observe the rules of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, address, and topic and hand it to the board secretary prior to the president calling the meeting. Speakers must make their comments in no more than 3 minutes. If necessary to accommodate all speakers within the 30-minute overall limit, the board president may shorten each speaker's time. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, disruptive conduct, or remarks disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed. Under the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the governing board cannot discuss or act on any items not listed on the agenda. Board members may respond to criticism made by a speaker, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. Please state your name.
Ms. Knutson, before you get started, just for the benefit of everybody in the room, board policy allocates 30 minutes per meeting for public comment, and that amount of time is usually 3 minutes per speaker, but when we have more than the 10 speakers, the amount of time per speaker changes. We have 20 speakers tonight, so that's 90 seconds per person. Ms. Knutson has wanted to speak on 3 topics, so that is why you see 30 seconds on the clock for Ms. Knutson, okay? Just wanted to make sure everybody knows what's behind that. 1 second, your mic's not, is it?
How do you turn it on?
It helps.
Right,
if
is
the
it on?
mic's
All right, okay. So I'm hoping this is about the superintendent's goals. I'm Carrie Knutson. Hello, everyone. All right, so I was looking at it. It's page 79, and I don't understand why your goals are basically on our children's, what they get on a test, the NWEA, and they have to meet 50%, and they already at this time make 59%, 59%, 59%, 63%, 54%, and for the Dibbles at 78%. So you have to get better than 50%, and then everything on this is already 50%. So I'm confused on what your goal is of how you're going to improve.
Thank you. Dr. Finch, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. There's a long answer. The short answer is we use 3-year trends. Actually, we're moving away from the state test because of its late arrival. And so we've moved to our internal NWEA system, and we've moved to 3-year trends, taking the average of those because we are at the end of our strategic plan. And remember, all the superintendent's goals, actually every goal in the system is aligned with strategic plans.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. Any discussion from the board on this topic? Dr. Pack, you look like you have something.
Just, again, a lot of information in the brain here. In respect to goals that may or may not have been met in the past, when you have a trend or you look over time, has anything been changed in response to a goal not being met, or upped or down, or raised or lowered?
Yes, that actually happens every cycle. So every cycle, obviously a new 3-year average comes the last number drops off. And so that's one variable. The second is in particular to the test. Remember, we're getting away from the state test because it arrives too late. So we're going the NWEA route. So that's another adjustment that we've done as well. But again, it always points back to the strategic plan.
Anything further? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
It passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Item 4D, as in Delta, Dr. Pack.
I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the advertising of the FY27 proposed expenditure budget.
So, second.
Thank you, Mr. Botfeld. We do have a public comment, but we'll have Ms. Mock. Do you have information for us on this?
We do have a presentation for you this evening on this. There's a lot of the information is the same as the preview that we had at the last meeting. We do have a little bit of additional information in here, including answering some of the questions that we had at the last meeting. Really, this just talks about the budget process, where we receive input and the time frame. We're looking to get the budget approved, adopted on June 23rd. It is required statutorily to be adopted by June 15th each year. So if approved this evening, the action item is approve the budget to be advertised, and then we would formally post it on our website as the budget that we expect to implement next year, and then have formal adoption on June 23rd with a public hearing preceding the action item at the normal board meeting.
Ms. Mock, real quick, could you go through the dates one more time? I thought you said something about June 15th.
No, July 15th,
July
President
15th,
Carver.
okay,
It has
thank
to be
you.
completed by July 15th.
Thank
So
you.
our time frame is approve the budget to be advertised today on June 9th. That will give us 2 weeks to advertise it, and then ask for formal adoption on June 23rd, ensuring that we complete it all by the July 15th timeframe.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Mock? Yes, you still had more.
I
I
have
apologize.
more, I know.
You have more, okay, I
I haven't
apologize.
spoken enough apparently this evening, Mr. Carver, and I've got 2 more after this, so. But we just want, especially while we have so many people here to really see and kind of learn a little bit more about the budget process, we do bring in the budget priorities that were established by a stakeholder committee earlier this year. What that committee did, actually, I think there's a couple of our committee members in the room tonight as well, so thank you for being here. But we took stakeholder feedback from all groups, and what the committee determined by that stakeholder feedback was that our budget priorities for this year should be to provide competitive and sustainable compensation, which includes salaries and benefits to recruit and retain. So there have been years past where those have been separated, but the committee felt strongly that those are all one thing. Maintain safe and secure learning environments, support students' emotional well-being through staff, but also through security at the buildings, which is seen here on the top bullet. Preserving staff levels and staff to student ratio, not increasing class sizes is the short way of saying that. Sustain our high-quality academic and co-curricular programs that provide multiple pathways, and to maintain our special education programs. So with that in mind, we move into ADM, or average daily membership, which is the cornerstone of how the budget is established. And so this is our ADM comparison for the last 4 years, moving in to fiscal year 27 and what we're projecting for 27. So you can see that we have a significant downward trend for the last 4 years, and we do expect a decrease in enrollment next year as well. So it would be, that would be our solid 4th year in a row. You can see the orangish line up top is what was projected, and that was our projection, by the way, not the demographer's projection. So we also have been coming in high for the last several years, and that's just from rolling up one grade level to the next, which is our standard projection method. Other than fiscal year 25, phenomenal roll up that year with almost being spot on. We know that we are losing, not in our older grades, but it's those kinders coming in. Those low grades have fewer students coming in than what we have exiting. Highlights of the proposed budget factors. Here's the good news, and I know we have people in the room. I love that I get to recognize these people tonight who really helped with the M&O override last year. And thanks to that, yes, I hear the applause. You made my job easier because we have been able to restore that override to 15%, whereas for fiscal year 26, we had to phase down by 1/3, which was about $11 million. We are seeing a 2% inflationary increase added to M&O, to the base support amount, or the per pupil funding. Current year funding provision is included, so that started in fiscal year 27, where we are funded on current year funding. Overall, we're projecting at least a 425 student decrease. That's what we built our working budget off of, was a 425 student decrease from the prior year 100th day. We are seeing a slight increase in our teacher experience index, or TEI. And our M&O carry forward is projected to remain fairly consistent. We had projected at 11.2 last year. We're projecting 11.5 this year from 26. And just for comparison's sake, we're comparing budget, adopted budget to adopted budget. Additional factors include staffing is based on projected student enrollment remaining unchanged, so we're using the same staffing standards. District additional assistance, or our capital, will be fully funded. There were years in the past, many years past, prior to, I think, 2013, 2014, where the state, when they have budget shortfalls, did not fund it. We continue to use our cash accounts through this standard formula that we use. So we'll expect $6.45 million in cash accounts. And it shows there the breakdown is 5 cash accounts is $6 million, athletic participation fees is $400,000, and our parking fees is $500,000. The net results is the general budget limit increase from $274 million to $285 million. Some of what goes into that is due to the decrease in student enrollment. We expected just a decrease in certified staff, an increase in classified staff, and those are really behavioral techs for specialized programming, and 3.45 FTE decreased in other positions just based on staffing standards, and just a reconciliation correction for 2 warehouse workers that have actually been working here in the total budget expense numbers for years. For whatever reason, they were just not showing in the FTE count in what we call the budget book. This budget, you'll see it a couple times in here, includes the return of 1 contract day for staff that was experienced as the furlough day this year. So that's about $1.2 million. Thank you to the board for also improving the $4.2 million or 2% salary increase. We're holding $300,000 for social workers that had been in grant funding. The school safety grant is being funded a little bit differently this year than it was in the past. Many districts did receive preference for school resource officers, and we just have seen a lot of changes with that. When we started with our budget projections, we were actually holding more like 800,000. So thank you to Dr. Zurbach and his staff who were submitted those grants and were able to get funding for most of those social workers. And the reason we are moving them into M&O is that when we issued contracts back in March, before we knew what was going to happen with the funding, they were given a contract. It goes right along with our budget priorities that we received from the Budget Committee for social emotional safety for students. And what was called out in those surveys actually were the social workers. We had 35,000 in reclassification requests, which included mostly classified individuals being reclassified to a new level. It did include one manager, that is our second in charge for transportation, who's actually only a supervisor. We have nearly 200 staff members in transportation right now, and a leadership structure that doesn't give a hierarchy that makes it as functional as some of the other departments. Arizona State retirement is decreasing from 12% to 11.98%, and that is both for employees and for the district. And with that, the alternative contribution rate is decreasing from 9.75 to 9.45 as well. No changes in utilities, thanks to our amazing utility management program, because we know there's going to be an APS rate increase next year, but our staff members do an amazing job on that. And so we have the budget capacity now in order to handle that. When I see you this time next year talking about 27, 28, it may not be the same story. Decrease in school discretionary budgets, and that again is just based on enrollment. Schools, like the district, are allocated their discretionary budget based on how many students we project. We do have a significant increase to our property and liability and our workers' compensation insurance, which we'll see the dollar value later. And now we are maintaining $4.5 million in district additional assistance into M&O. And so this is a little bit of what the revenue summary looks like. So again, this is adopted budget to projected budget and variance from line to line, equaling about an increase of $11.3 million more in 27 than we had in 26. The changes in expenses that we just reviewed on the narrative and the bullets look like this. We've got that $1.2 million for the furlough day that we do not have to use in fiscal year 27, that 2% salary increase, which was approved on April 28th. Health insurance increase, I should have put the approval date in there as well. That's something we haven't done before, but I thought it would help for this process because really this event is the culmination of the budget work that starts in January and goes all the way through the end of June. And so the health insurance increase has the plan's already been approved by the board. The workers' comp and liability increase, it's just a nature of the rising cost of insurance. We are asking for $500,000 discretionary increase to transportation, with the promise, though, something that had not been happening is we're going to work directly with transportation every month to analyze those expenses in a much more detailed manner. We continue to look at staffing versus contracted services because that really is one of the most expensive realities that we have. And it's either pay for those or give up things like athletics and then some of those co-curricular and extracurricular activities. So in order to keep those programs, which is part of the budget priorities as well, we're going to increase the budget, but continue to look at ways to not make sure that our costs increase exponentially from year to year. Counselors from Safety Grant, we just talked about. Moving deans at the schools to assistant principals, that was already approved on April 28th. AIA dues budget increase, make a clarification on that. AIA dues are not increasing. We just had not adjusted the budget in the past to equal what we are paying. So this is a reconciliation issue as well. We've got those reclassifications and the behavior techs. and the change in certified staffing for a total differential of $11.3 million for the expenses. That takes us into our tax rates. So for those who are interested, we have run a historical comparison of the tax rate for Deer Valley from fiscal year 20 all the way to our projected in fiscal year 27. From the preview that we had a couple weeks ago till now, there had been a change that the unofficial budget forms came out from the Arizona Auditor General's office. And just using those numbers that were in there to include correct transportation support dollar values, we actually, it's only a penny, but I will take it. If you look at fiscal year 26-27, that blue on the bottom, that 319, that is the what our best guess of where the primary tax rate will be set for calendar year 26, which is our fiscal year 27, and that was a decrease from 3.20 is what we saw at our preview. So we are happy to see that. But you can see that from fiscal year 20 all the way to fiscal year 27, the tax rate continues to decrease. Primary assessed valuation has changed as well, and that's probably the most significant reason that the tax rate is decreasing. Our net assessed value, or our NAV, increased by 6.7% in February to just a little over $4 billion. And we would expect to see that number to continue to grow at a large rate. As a reminder, for your individual homes, your individual properties can only increase in net assessed value by 5%. But because Deer Valley has so many undeveloped lands, that's why the district NAV as a whole can go up more than that. And it's been a number of years, probably at least a decade, since cash is no longer considered in tax rate calculation for the primary tax rate. Secondary tax rate, assessed valuation change. Our secondary tax rate's a lot easier to calculate. It's the amount that we need for the M&O override and the amount that we need for our debt service or our bond payments. And so we are expecting that rate to decrease as well. And what's really notable is that even with the M&O override being fully restored, we still are seeing, if we come back to this slide here, that 1.87 cents in the green, that is for our secondary tax rate. That is with the M&O override fully restored. So even bringing those funds back, because of the way Deer Valley, we have managed our debt service and pay it off an aggressive rate historically, and because of that growth in the district, we're still able to increase, add that funds back in thanks to the voters and decrease the tax rate. The QTR, or qualifying tax rate, is established at 3.0264 in 27, which is down from 3.1212 in 26. That is established by the legislature and the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. Let's see, moving forward, I think we've already talked about that. We've talked about the rate decrease. When we projected it at a decrease of from 3.22 in 25 to 3.20 in 26, obviously it was a 2-cent decrease. It'll be a 3-cent decrease moving forward. As a reminder for those who might not be familiar with this process, when I said projection, that's because the final numbers are actually approved by Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. We're just doing our best guess to see where we think it will be, and they will formalize that at the third Board of Supervisors meeting in August. And here's what it looks like. And so this is the tax rate from 25 moving into 26. You can see we're estimating at least a 1% decrease from year to year. And here's what it looks like on the average parcel. And one of the things we talked about at the preview was that homeowners rebate. And I put a line at the bottom. That's historically what it's been called, and my mentor called it. But when you look at the statute, it is actually called the state aid credit. So, Dr. Pack, I can answer your question much more intelligently this evening and included a couple slides just to help everyone else out as well. And so the state aid credit, definition is up here. I'm not going to read it for everyone, but it is up to 40%. I know that we had on the calculator before 50%, so I corrected that. Or maxed out at $600 per property. And so it does show on your Maricopa County Treasurer's Office tax bill as that state aid credit. So it's specifically applied to education. So you see these are actual tax bills from the district. That top one is a limited property value of $133,000. You can see, and obviously these are from the 25 tax bills. The 26 haven't come out yet. And so that state aid credit is down there at the bottom at the full 40%. The example on the bottom with a limited property value of over $412,000, almost $413,000, the 40% would be above $600, and so that state aid credit for that property is maxed out at that $600. This is a new slide from last time as well. This is something that I promised when we brought to you earlier this year, approval for classified exempt performance pay. It does not make sense that we start the school year and say in August all of our classified and exempt staff are working with their supervisor to create and plan their IPP or individual professional plan. And that is the plan or goal that is directly tied to their performance pay. And we historically have not been approving the performance pay until November, December, or January. So the goal this year is to approve their performance pay before they set their goals to ensure that we have memorialized that they actually are going to receive the pay for the work that they are doing. We have been, oh, there it is on the top side. We have been providing classified exempt performance pay since 2006. In 2006, the amount was 3%. Every year since then, it has been 2%. It is a direct percentage as the performance pay, the individual professional plan or goal is related to the individual's position. So the more significant the individual's position, the more significant the goal is expected to be, and in line with the district strategic plan in order so that we are all moving those goals together. But this again would be the first time that it's brought forward at budget adoption. So what you will see on June 23rd is not only an action item for to approve the budget, but also an action item to approve the performance pay moving into 26-27 for classified exempt. And so with that, we've already mentioned the timeline, but the next two things would be to advertise the budget 10 days prior to the public hearing and adoption, and then adopt the budget on June 23rd. And with that, I will take any questions.
We have public comment from Ms. Knudsen. 30 seconds.
Same admonition.
Okay, so I'm wondering why MIPS would be paying for the classified exempt when they're a medical in public schools. So also, we have 20 teachers leaving from K to 12. We have 13.3 for special ed teachers. We have 11.4 PE teachers. We are adding 4.8 Spanish teachers and 4 special ed programs. So I don't know how many people that is. So to me, it kind of sounds like we are not catering to children, like all children. We are really catering now to special ed children. But darn it.
Thank you, Ms. Knudsen. Ms. Mock, would you like to respond?
President Carver, members of the board, we use Medicaid in public schools. Yes, Medicaid in public schools monies are earned through the services that we provide to students who are Medicaid eligible and qualify for that. However, when you look at what we spend in maintenance and operation budget for our special education program, we spend more than what we receive in our Group B funding for special education and in our MIPS combined. And so we are already spending that in M&O. We do not have the M&O available, and historically, most of the time we provide the 2% performance pay. It does come out of Medicaid in public schools. There are times when we have funding available in our indirect cost that we may use that fund as well. And so we take a look at what's available in each fund, making sure to balance them, making sure that we are not taking one fund closer to zero than another. We do try to keep them with a healthy balance, which helps with our financial overall, which feeds into our bond rating and many other things.
And MIPS can only be used for certain things, correct?
President Carver, members of the board, that is not correct. There's only a certain way that we can receive it, but we can use it at our discretion for anything that's educationally appropriate.
Good to know. Thank you. Anything further from Ms. Mock?
I have a question.
Dr. Pack.
On slide number 6, the summary of proposed gold book, and again, only because I went to a training and I heard something, a little information is kind of dangerous. The Teacher Experience Index, TEI, increased by 0.0041. Yay, it went up. At the training I went to, they were saying even if your district goes up or down, they can compare that to a TEI somewhere else, and we could get money, we could get less money.
President Carver, Dr. Pack, the TEI, so the base level for the TEI or Teacher Experience Index for the state is 1. Anything that you are above 1 is a weight that is added to your budget. So that 1.0097, that 0097 is the weight that is added to our budget. So yes, it does give us, and that is the state as a whole. So there is a report that Jenna's department, HR, does a wonderful job on historically, that is called the school district, it's really technical, School District Employee Report. We just call it the SDER. And so in the spring, the SDER is completed. It has to be done, I believe, by March. And then, or I think it starts in February, and then you have a period where you can correct it. And then the state will publish the TEI based off of the SDER. And I am pleased that we have that weight. And what that means is that we have a higher longevity for our teachers than that base level of 1 for the rest of the state.
So if our TEI is higher, we get more money?
Dr. Pack, that is correct.
So I'll suggest it again, because I think it's a great suggestion. If you have the certified folks in the district office do a standard sub-rotation and jump in and help those teachers, and give teachers time to prep in their class on that day that they're coming back, or a PLC day, I'm guessing your TEI, Teacher Experience Index, will go up. Hopefully. That's it. Which would be more money then.
Anything further from Ms. Mock? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just clarifying, this is just to advertise. This vote is just to advertise.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Mrs. Fisher, yes, that's correct. This vote is just approving the budget to be advertised. And so the information that is here on this presentation will be posted on Budget 411, and we will follow the statutory requirements in order to officially advertise it.
I'm just making sure, because we don't get to see what's actually builds the budget. So I do understand we have to go through what we have to, and I want to support you in that. But as you know, I do not support a budget that I cannot see the details of. So, but I'll vote aye for this.
Thank
It
you, Ms.
passes
Fisher.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next item on the agenda, item 5A, Ms. Mock.
President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and guests, I am pleased to present a preview for item 5A this evening. I would like to thank Marie Brennan, who is here at the meeting. She is the director for Deer Valley Education Foundation. They are one of our best partners in the district. They provide scholarships for students to go to space camp. They provide support for our national board certified teachers. They provide support for Teacher of the Year, Nurse of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and about any time we have a special ask of Ms. Brennan, she is usually happy to accommodate and do whatever she can to help the staff and students here in Deer Valley. And so this is our memorandum of understanding with Deer Valley Education Foundation that we bring every year to renew. For a little trade-off for the value that we receive from Deer Valley Education Foundation, we do provide Ms. Brennan with some office space and with some clerical assistance. And you will see a couple of changes to this MOU this year. One is there was an item that was bulleted that was on there twice last year, so we removed that one. And that was the bullet related to providing clothing and that type of community support to our family members. I think last year it was, the year prior, it actually been called out mentioning Ann E's Closet, but that was taken out last year so that it's much more broad. They can provide help, not necessarily just on that program, but across the district as it might be needed. And the two things that we memorialized are things that I mentioned as well, and that is National Board Certified Teacher. They're already doing that recognition and did it this year, providing some of those benefits to the teachers who receive their certification. And the other one is the superintendent student art purchases. So not so much in here, but before you exit, anyone who's here in person, before you exit the lobby, you will see the student art purchases selected by Dr. Finch, and Deer Valley Education Foundation provided the funding. We do buy those pieces from the students. They're amazing. They're throughout the district office and some of the schools and other offices as well. But the ones who received, the students who received it in 26 for this fiscal year are in the lobby. And so those were the changes to the the MOU for this year. We will bring it back on June 23rd for formal approval.
Any questions for Ms. Mock on this topic? Okay, next item, 5B, Ms. Mock.
President Carver, members of the board, and guests, I'm pleased to present my final item for the evening, and that is the Deer Valley Unified School District Insurance Proceeds Expenditure Plan. This is a statutory requirement as well. Remember my saying is I'm going to get a t-shirt that says it's legislated. And this is one of those things that's legislated. We have to have the governing board approve what we think we might spend in insurance proceeds for the coming fiscal year. If by chance we ended up spending more than what we are projecting, we would bring that back to the board as well. We are self-insured, so you saw the liability insurance increase. So if there are any questions about that, Valley Schools Insurance Group manages that. And so they actually, for major disasters and things like that, the insurance company actually makes those payments for us. So in case anyone's wondering why our liability insurance is going up that much and we expect that we will only spend a much more limited amount in insurance proceeds, a lot of those insurance items are paid directly by Valley Schools Insurance Group. So sometimes, let's say if a water heater or roof flooded and we had curriculum that we would replace or some more of those consumables or supplies, those are typically what we do out of the insurance proceeds, and that's why it's a low dollar value. And I'll take any questions about that.
Any questions for Ms. Mock on this topic? Ms. Mock, we appreciate your time this evening. Next item up on the agenda, call to the public. Dr. Pack.
If I could please have, I'm going to try this, Conglesi Albuquerque, Mary Smitten, Rebecca Kendall Jackson, Adrian Johnson, and Jenilyn Lozana approach the microphone and state your name before you speak, please.
Just a reminder, 90 seconds for each. Thank you.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, my name is Carrie Lenny Albuquerque. I'm a former student of the Deer Valley Unified School District. Today, I will be speaking about a school member's misconduct, and today I'll be talking about Kimberly Fisher. Kimberly Fisher, you should be ashamed of yourself. You have caused great harm to our communities through your reckless behavior and have failed in your career in public service. But this is not just about you, although you continuously think it is. This is about the teachers who expect you to serve them in their best interests. This is about the students and parents who are watching you and witnessing your abhorrent behavior. I know this This is true because there's a child who was facing anti-Semitic attacks at his school. He had been facing attacks at his school, and he and his mother looked at the news horrified at what you chose to perpetuate and what this board as a whole chose to condone. He does not feel safe, and your actions have exacerbated that. Therefore, Kimberly Fisher, you do not deserve to call yourself a school board member. And to everyone else who stood idly by in the face of injustice, you do not deserve to call yourself a school board member either. That sort of hate you have culminated in, Kimberly, has no place anywhere. The community calls on you to resign immediately.
Mary Smitten. Am I not on again? Thanks. Mary Smitten. Good evening, President Carver, Dr. Finch, members of the board, and the community. I stand before you tonight not only as a teacher, but as a special education teacher who has dedicated my career to serving students with disabilities and ensuring they know they belong in our schools and our community. I'm here to express my outrage at the use of a Nazi salute during a previous board meeting. Some may argue that the salute is a form of symbolic speech protected by the First Amendment. Whether it is illegally protected is a matter for the courts, but legality does not erase meaning. Symbols communicate ideas, and the Nazi salute is one of the most recognizable symbols of hatred, exclusion, and oppression in modern history. For me, as someone who works every day with students with disabilities, that symbol carries a particularly horrifying message, an ideology that stands in direct opposition to everything public education is supposed to represent. The United States has spent decades moving away from exclusion, starting in 1973 and all the way through to 1990 when the Americans with Disability Act was signed, declaring that discrimination against people with disabilities has no place in employment, transportation, public accommodations, or American society. These laws reflect an actual commitment that every person has inherent worth and every child deserves dignity, opportunity, and belonging. Let us affirm that every child, regardless of disability, race, religion, or background, is fully human, fully valued, and fully deserving of respect, opportunity, and an education free from intimidation and hate.
Okay, it's on. So I was born in Detroit, Michigan. My paternal grandfather was
Please state your name.
Jewish. I'm sorry, I'm Rebecca Kendall Jackson.
Thank you.
So I was born in Detroit. My paternal grandfather was Jewish. I've lived in Arizona since 1990, so I guess now I'm Arizonan. But I've lived in Deer Valley since 1997. I've had 2 kids go through the school district, and I am still involved with a couple of schools in the district. And I thank the teachers, I thank the district employees, the board members for their commitment. I thank Dr. Finch. I have never seen a superintendent as involved as he is. However, I cannot condone Mrs. Fisher's outburst at the last meeting, whatever the context. In Michigan, there's a common salute if someone cuts you off driving. There's the two-handed one. There's even the good old-fashioned smack my head. Respectfully, I would ask Mrs. Fisher to resign and not put the district, the parents, the board members, and everyone else through a recall process. I do not think she represents what this district does or should be doing moving forward. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, good evening. My name is Jen Lozana, and I'm a mom and a veteran here with an organization called Common Defense. And we're here to stand with the teachers union because we believe in accountability and that all kids are our kids, no matter where they're from and who their parents are. I'm going to use my time to highlight the school board policies relevant to Ms. Fisher and her behavior while acting in her capacity as an elected official, specifically the Nazi salute that everybody's talking about tonight made national news. So from the Students' Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, which everybody in the board has signed off on. I'll share 3 points that demonstrate if Ms. Fisher doesn't resign or get recalled, students are being held to higher standards of conduct than board members. Page 4 describes behavior philosophy, which is to nurture positive behaviors and to engage students in personal accountability. And what we saw was dismissing it as a joke, which it's not. Bullying, harassment, intimidation, and violence will not be tolerated. And even gang activity or association specifically talks about hand signals, being subject to disciplinary action. So, Ms. Fisher, for your convenience, I made you a packet with 5 documents from the school board website. And the first one is the oath of office. The second page is a self-evaluation form for some self-reflection. And page number 3 is a process for board member resignation. And for your convenience, I've also typed a simple resignation letter that's ready for you to sign today, because we don't really want to have to go through number 5, which is a process for removing a board member. Please resign. Thank you.
President Carver, DVUSD board members, I'm Adrienne Johnson with Arizona Women of Action and a concerned DVUSD taxpayer. The recent exchange about Superintendent Finch's sudden change in departure plans raises a serious question. Are major leadership decisions being made in private or openly by the full elected board in public session, as required by open meeting law? The superintendent's abrupt shift creates exactly the kind of unstable situation the Bible warns against in James 1:8. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. I respectfully urge the board to conduct all discussions with full board participation. The public should appreciate Board Member Fisher asking for transparency. I also urge you to address concerning books in high schools' libraries. Titles like Beloved, Sarah J. Maas, and Ellen Hopkins books contain graphic sexual violence, explicit sex scenes, drug addiction, and prostitution. I urge you to follow Queen Creek's library policy, audit libraries, and remove inappropriate materials to protect our children's innocence. Thank you.
If I could have Kate Malone, Stephen Sadi, Brian Zuckerberg, Brent Peak, and Shelley Donald approach the microphone. Please state your name before you speak.
Good evening, members of the governing board, President Carver, and Superintendent Finch. My name is Kate Malone, and I am in my 17th year as a public school teacher, and here in solidarity with DVEA as a fellow Arizona Education Association member. I am also here as a community member. I am here, although I do not currently have children in DVU, I am in the process of growing my family, and I believe it's important to create the future we want to see over the next 10 years, as was stated in the study session. That being said, I cannot imagine bringing my child to a school district where board members are allowed to make Nazi salutes regardless of intent or context. Intent does not erase impact. What I witnessed was appalling, and I teach middle school. I have a high threshold for appalling behavior. I'm calling for the resignation of the board member who behaved in this way. I read the board statement on the conduct of the board member. While I recognize board members are elected as individuals, when you are serving in a board meeting, you are representing not only the governing board, the district, but the greater school community. That representation matters. School board members should be held to at least the same standards as students. The DVUSD Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook identifies hate speech, disorderly conduct, and inappropriate language as disciplinary violations. How can we ask students to meet clear expectation when similar conduct from elected leaders is not held to the same standard?
Hi, my name's Steven Zadi. I have 2 children in the district. My comments are kind of just going to pile on with everyone else here. How embarrassing for you, Ms. Fisher, and how disqualifying is it that you believed making a Nazi salute while saying Heil was an acceptable form of protest in a procedural disagreement? The excuse you provided in the guise of context is unacceptable. The end.
My name's Brian Zuckerberg, and I'd like to share a story. When I was 14 years old and a freshman in high school, there was an event on campus that had religious overtones. My mother was one of the people that protested. That resulted in me walking into school the next day and having a swastika painted on my locker. This symbol is a symbol, much like the salute you threw up, Ms. Fisher, that's intended to silence people, that's intended to intimidate people. I will tell you, it is unfortunate for you that it did the opposite with me. It gave me my voice. It allowed me to share it, and I'm going to use it right now to tell you that no school and no child in DVUSD will feel safe until you resign. It needs to happen tonight.
My name is Brent Peak. DVUSD has been a big part of my family's life since the first of my 5 children. Started kindergarten at Sierra Verde in 2010, and my wife is a phenomenal SPED teacher at Paseo Hills. What happened in this room on May 26 was not just a minor lapse in judgment, it was a direct violation of multiple district policies, for which the only appropriate relief is the resignation or removal of board member Kim Fisher from her position. What district employee would not be fired for this? I call on the board to direct district council to conduct a formal investigation and produce a public written record or opinion on whether her conduct violated DVUSD policy. At least 3 provisions in policies BCA and BBA required board members to act with professionalism, treat each other with respect, and represent the district in a manner that promotes public support. Board member Fisher's action and social media response violate all of those. This community deserves a written legal opinion on the record, not just a statement of concern. Board members Simicek, Pack, Boatfeld, and Carver, I respectfully call out each of you for not addressing this concern at tonight's meeting, and I welcome your response to my criticism. The community is watching to see whether you treat this action as a one-time embarrassment or as a lasting stain that demands a strong response.
Good evening, Dr. Finch, President Carver, and members of the board. My name is Shelley Donald, and I speak to you today as a community member deeply invested in the success of our schools. While I wear several hats as a parent, proud educator, and DVEA secretary, today I am speaking as a member of our community. I find the gestures and words of a particular board member from the May 26th board meeting to be extremely offensive and out of line. But I don't really wish to focus on that today, right now, because other people have done that before me. I do not believe this was acceptable in any way. It is not acceptable. But additionally, I am appalled that this board has not clearly agendized discussion of it for tonight's meeting. Our district's mission is built upon the leadership that you provide. However, the climate of this board has become a persistent distraction. When our leadership is defined by friction, our students, teachers, and entire community suffer the consequences. It is so disheartening to see behaviors from some board members that fall short of standards we expect from our own students. You must recognize that there is no context in which public outbursts, personal attacks, and things like we saw on May 26th are acceptable. You are elected leaders and have very strong opinions as to how this district should function and what decisions should be made. But lack of compromise and poor communications are detrimental to the function of the board. I have more to say, but time was cut short tonight, and I will be back in 2 weeks. Thank you.
If Carrie Knutson, Adam Corman, Bonnie Oakes, Sue Petrowski, and Katie Stell approach the microphone, please. And Ms. Knudsen, you have 30 seconds.
All right, so I'm copying Steve. Good that AZ Health Care Food Act was passed, that 11 chemicals will be out of public schools by July 1st. The bad is the 292-page agenda that was all voted on that nobody seemed to pay any attention to. And the ugly is we need to start vetting for a new superintendent. So let's get to work and, move forward and stop. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, President Carver and board members, for this opportunity to speak.
State your name, please.
My name is Bonnie Oakes. I reside in Phoenix. There is a long-time white supremacist who claims that Hitler was right. He references the Day of the Rope, a white supremacist fantasy of mass murder, and repeatedly calls for lynching. Online, he follows Knights of the Invisible Empire, a Ku Klux Klan page. On Gab, he writes that the N-word are pets of Jews, and stated he says the N-word as casual conversation. He refers to the Holocaust as a holla-hoax. He wishes death on transgender people and even their families, writing, "Moms of tranny freak children get the rope." There is a school board member who consults with him on political issues over their breakfast table. Thank you.
My name is Adam Corman. In 1999, when I was 23, fresh out of college, I proudly told my parents I got a teaching job at Mountain Ridge High School in the Deer Valley School District. 27 years have passed, and unfortunately, my parents are no longer with us. But I am disheartened that if I could speak with them today, I couldn't look at my parents with the same pride because of the hateful act by a board member who chose to use the Nazi salute, regardless of the reason. My family lost sons, daughters, sisters, brothers, fathers, and mothers at Auschwitz. The actions this board member is a harsh reminder that the hate and ignorance that led to the senseless deaths of 6 million Jewish people still exist today. As a teacher and a father, I teach my students and my daughters that actions have consequences. There is no excuse for this disgraceful behavior and the pain and suffering that came from the hateful acts she displayed. Our district deserves better. Our school board needs to be better. If she truly thinks she does what's in the best interest of the district, I don't. She should resign, effective immediately. Thank you.
My name is Sue Piotrowski. Good evening, President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and the very dedicated members of the public here tonight. The actions of a governing board member on the May 26th meeting are inexcusable. That board member should resign. You do not represent this community member, this volunteer, this proud parent of DVUSD graduates, this teacher, this taxpayer, this voter, with your hate.
My name's Katie Stell, and President Carver, members of the board, Dr. Finch, colleagues, and guests, I'm going to read a statement from our Deer Valley Education Association President, Kelly Fisher. I am deeply disturbed by the actions of a governing board member who used a Nazi salute and the word style at the conclusion of a public board meeting. These actions are offensive, harmful, and completely unacceptable. Our Jewish students, staff, families, and community members, and all those who stand against hate deserve better. Deer Valley schools should be places where every person feels welcomed, valued, and safe. What is equally troubling is the refusal to accept responsibility and the attempt to justify these actions while blaming others. Individuals entrusted with serving our students and community must demonstrate sound judgment, accountability, and respect for all people. On behalf of the Deer Valley Education Association, I call for a public apology that takes full responsibility for these actions and for the immediate resignation of the board member involved. Our students, staff, families, and community deserve leadership that reflects the values of dignity, inclusion, and respect. Deer Valley deserves better. Thank you.
If I can please have Elaine Rogluka, Kelly Alden, Aaron Arnold, Katie Mae Smith, and Addie Rodriguez Bejinas approach the microphone and please state your name.
Got to put my ears on. I am here in reference to.
Please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elaine Peliuka. Okay. I'm here in reference to the May 26th board meeting. My sons graduated from Mountain Ridge and I work at Sandra Day O'Connor. I drive 45 minutes to O'Connor because I simply love Deer Valley School District. As of this date, I am mortified as to the behavior from a board member. This is so hurtful that I cannot even get past it. Yes, it was not directed at me or have anything to do with me, but the gesture sure did hit a nerve as I am of the Jewish faith. I watch the board meetings month after month and so surprised that nothing has ever been said to this person. The manner in which you speak to others, pointing fingers, disrespect, especially to Dr. Finch. This board member's demeanor is so unexpected and nasty, the bickering and commotion she causes each and every time. It does not matter what led this person to do what she did. You just don't do that. We teach our kids to be responsible and kind. She sure did teach them a thing or two, now didn't she? I implore you to step down. Enough is enough. Your time has expired in Deer Valley School District. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Alden. I have 2 children in the district, and I serve as the Vice President for the Las Brisas PTSA. The following statement was written by the Las Brisas PTSA Executive Board and signed by 50 district parents, 11 district employees, 8 community supporters, 2 district students, 30 of whom are members of the PTA. In light of recent events in our district, the Las Brisas PTSA Executive Board reaffirms the values that guide our organization and our work on behalf of students and families. As a parent-teacher-student association, our mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. In pursuing that mission, we are committed to the values of respect, diversity, collaboration, commitment, and accountability. We call on school board members, educators, parents, and community members to uphold these principles through both words and actions. We stand firmly against acts, symbols, and language rooted in hatred, discrimination, or intolerance. Every child deserves a community where they feel safe, valued, and respected. We urge community members to stay informed, engage in respectful civic discourse, and actively participate in the democratic process to advocate for the best interest of students. Together, we can ensure that the values we model for our children today contribute to a stronger, more inclusive community tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, President Carver, Dr. Finch, and board members. I'm Aaron Arnold, and I'm a teacher at Barry Goldwater High School. I'm here tonight to talk to myself, our fellow Jewish teachers, our Jewish administration, our Jewish families and community members, and our esteemed board member and local representative of the tribe, and fellow Minch, Mr. Botfield, and most importantly, our Jewish students and all the other minority families and students that were alienated by the inexcusable incident that took place at the last board meeting. Our district regularly tells our students that their actions have consequences. We teach accountability, we teach respect for others, we teach that creating an environment where any group feels targeted, marginalized, or unsafe is unacceptable. Those expectations should apply equally and even more so to the adults entrusted with governing our schools. I'm asking that this board member who ran for the board on a platform of accountability from board oversight of district administration, legal compliance, transparency to parents and community, stakeholder engagement, and consistent application policies and rules to hold herself to this accountability and do the honorable thing and resign from her current position for her deplorable and inexcusable actions, because censure and an apology is not acceptable consequence. You can't say you speak for all stakeholders and families when you can't and you don't represent all, and you alienate specific groups of our community within the district and make them feel unsafe, unseen, and disrespected. We elected you to do a job based on those pre-mentioned values. However, you've not fulfilled your obligations. Not only have you offended and hurt the Jewish community with your actions, you've violated the rights and protections of all our minority populations based on race, religion, on several occasions. Do the right thing and resign.
Hello, my name is Katie Mae Smith. I'm a parent and a volunteer in the district. I'm here to condemn the actions of board member Ms. Fisher and ask her to please resign. In light of the recent news, I thought I would share the story of how Ms. Fisher learned my name. Back in September 2021, Ms. Fisher made comments comparing wearing masks to living through the Holocaust and was condemned by the Anti-Defamation League. In response, I made a post on our parent page for DVUSD expressing my concerns. She then made her own post on her page and several other groups tagging me by name. She reached out to someone at my children's school to complain about me. She offered others to contact her and assured them that she would never share their names, while publicly sharing mine and contacting my student's school to complain about me. I asked her to take down the post. She refused. Over the years that have followed, she has made comments on social media claiming that I am terrible, that my goal is to indoctrinate other people's children. Anyone who actually knows me knows my volunteer work, the countless hours I have spent supporting students, teachers, and public education, know how ridiculous these accusations are. Which brings me to the recent board meeting. The behavior many people witnessed was not an isolated incident, but her bad behavior on repeat. From my perspective, this is consistent. She has done it to other parents. She's done it to educators, even our own superintendent. Looking back, I can live with speaking up when I believed a public statement crossed the line, just like now. That's how Ms. Fisher learned my name, and now I am here to ask her to resign.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Addie, and I've worked here for over 4 years. And the reason I am here today is to express my disappointment of the symbol that was made. It is connected to one of the darkest periods in human history. It hurts many innocent people when such gestures are used by community leaders. They can cause pain, division, and fear among those whose families, communities were affected by that history. It can also elicit trust and respect within that same community. It can also distract from the important discussions that undermine the respect the public institutions should uphold. We can disagree passionately on issues without resorting to symbols that can carry such painful legacy. This community is strongest when we communicate with dignity, respect, and a commitment to understanding one another. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, board reports.
I would like to.
If you're going to respond,
I
Mrs.
would
Fisher,
like to
you have
respond.
90 seconds, like everybody else did.
Oh, no, I don't.
You have 90 seconds, or we can just turn your mic off. We're not going to do this.
Well,
You can also use your board report.
well, apparently the dictatorship is going to continue.
No, I'm trying to run a business
No,
meeting. I'm not here to
you're
run a
not
Jerry
running a
Springer
business
show for you.
meeting. You're
Do you want to respond
going
to the
against-
comments, or what are we doing?
You're going against what's correct, and you know it.
Okay.
I will use my board report. I request
Thank
that
you.
I get to give it first, because I'm need to leave.
I'm gonna go Dr. Pack, and then it'll be you. Thank you.
all the fluffy stuff. I attended Arizona School Board Association's Summer Leadership Conference, and I go to all those trainings and learn lots and bring it back and ask questions. I did actually get to hear our demographer speak, which was actually important to me, and hear Mr. Miglorino, who's from our district, and so that was very valuable information. When you go to these trainings, you have common ground with other school board members, and you can talk about things that happen in your district, good and bad, and how to handle it. Also drove around the district trying to figure out these boundaries, saw our schools, flashbacks to when I ran, and it's a very big district when you go put those signs out, so checking out the boundaries. And then lastly, I would just like to say, I guess my statement, I don't support Nazi salutes. I don't support kissing people when having COVID to kill them jokes. I don't support setting study sessions during parents' work hours. I don't support printing meeting notices and mailing them without board discussion. I don't support making posts suggesting people go to someone's house or place of employment. I wrote this statement to address all the bad behavior that I've been asked about in the last 2 weeks. These actions reflect poorly on our district and distract from the important work that our community expects us to do. When a governing board, while a governing board cannot remove one of its members, and that's the case, Very B. Foster, if you want to look it up, leadership can reflect on how situations such as these might have been de-escalated or avoided altogether. I hope this serves as an opportunity for all of us to reaffirm our commitment to professionalism, civility, and respect. Let us return our attention to DVUSD's mission of providing extraordinary educational opportunities for every learner. Let's be better, do better.
Thank you, Dr. Peck. Ms. Fisher?
It is interesting to see that we as a people just never seem to learn. Every dictator has risen to power through manipulation of people. Caesar, Cromwell, Hitler, Mussolini, Lenin, Pol Pot, all used the oppressed people to, or economically instability to take away the rights of people, then their very existence. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, known as the Nazi Party, started this exact same way. Now, with the communist black fist on a red background as their symbol, the union members who support hate speech and attack on anyone in the community are creating the three-ring circus. Of course, the media is ready to jump on and have a heyday with it. After all, I've supported Trump. I'm a Christian. And so...
All right, now. Come on.
And so it's a free-for-all. What is it they call me, a Christian nationalist? I've heard it. I'm done with playing the game. My action was nothing more than calling out the dictatorship that we have been dealing with, not for just the one meeting, but for the 3.5 years. Where has this response been when employees were put out on leave and then intimidated till they resigned? Where was this when a family was destroyed and children were harmed? Where were you? You weren't here. I was pointing out exactly what was happening, and everybody knows it. It was not against any population. But why not gain a little bit of political points at the expense of me or my family, or even the Jewish community that you're using for this? I apologize.
Yeah, well, let's have order, guys. Let's have order. Let her finish her time.
I apologized to them. Okay, if you guys can't be silent, I'll keep talking, and my time will not expire. I apologized to them
Come on.
in my online statement, not because there was any intent or what the accusation has been made, but because I'm sorry if they felt hurt. I'm sorry also that the Union and Democrat Party is trying to exploit them in this and by excusing actual support of individuals with Nazi tattoos on their chest or actions by national unions against the Jewish community. I do appreciate the people who sent me these real information of anti-Semitic actions happening in our country, because I don't watch the news. You are entitled to your opinion, but you are not entitled to a made-up truth. This is a statement that's often made. That statement is very true and appropriate right now. The video cuts show for a moment what context they want. The teachers union president made it clear, I quote, "I started this and I'm proud of it." If she has worked hard to rally people to make accusations that are false and has doxed my employer or while supporting the communist symbol as what represents her and protest against hate while she spreads the hate. You may in fact take one or both of my jobs, but that would actually mean, and what part you have missed, is one, it's illegal to dox someone at work in the state of Arizona.
All right.
Two, this is not the first time this group has done this. Any employer that would terminate me based on your actions has no respect for the constitutional rights or liberties. They would have to disregard me and my family as humans. And the most important thing that y'all miss is the biggest thing y'all hate me for: my faith in Jesus Christ. And whatever happens,
Thank you, Mrs.
whatever
Fisher.
happens, he has me and always
That's your time,
has.
Mrs. Fisher. Sorry.
No, that's not my time.
It
because
is your
they've
time.
interrupted it.
Ms. Simicek, you're up.
The same public group
Cut her mic.
manipulating this was actually also attacked me during when I stopped them.
Ms. Simicek, it's your turn.
Your time is up. We need to cut her mic. Cut her mic.
All right.
You're done.
Ms. Simicek, it's your turn. Yeah, we know you will. Thank you. Yeah. All right, let's let Ms. Simicek give her report, please. All right. Let's let Ms. Simicek give her report, please. Let Ms. Simicek give her report, please.
Community members, I'm sorry. 4 years ago, this behavior was very clear in this district, and I said to the community, what can we do? And they said, well, you can recall her or you can run for school board. And I knew the process of what a recall was, and so I decided to run for school board to give the people in this community a voice. And I want to apologize because I think I failed in that 2 weeks ago when I didn't stand up to her in that moment. A little backstory, this woman has said horrible, horrible things to me and other members of this board, and has shouted it out loud and clear on social media, of which I used to spend my board reports asking her to stop, and that did no good, so I stopped. And what happened the other night was, unfortunately, behavior that we have seen before, and it wasn't surprising, unfortunately, but it definitely was a time where I could have stood up and said no, and I didn't do that. And I hope that many of you have had the chance to read my statement that I did post on Thursday morning for our community. Thank you. So community members, our schools are only as safe as the people that we choose to lead them. a member of this community entrusted with supporting education policy and the well-being of our children, made the deliberate choice to invoke one of the most vile and destructive ideologies in human history inside a building that is responsible for learning, safety, and belonging. That choice was not an accident. It was not a misstep. It was a failure of character and betrayal of every child who walks through our school district doors. I stand fully and without reservation behind the statement that I issued a couple of weeks ago. What happened is anti-Semitism, hatred, and a direct threat to the safety and dignity of every Jewish student, family, and community member in our district. To our Jewish students, families, and community members, you are not alone. What happened was wrong. Your pain, your anger, and everybody who came here tonight, your fear, all of it is valid, and they are shared by parents, teachers, and community members across this district who refuse to look away. Thank you for not looking away tonight. Anti-Semitism is not a relic of the past. It is present, it is dangerous, and when left unchallenged, it grows. What we witness is precisely what it looks like when hatred becomes normalized, when it becomes comfortable enough to show itself in a room where decisions about our children's futures are made. I call for resignation because censure alone is not enough. I'm calling on the board member responsible for this incident to resign immediately. A person who deliberately invokes a genocidal ideology in a school building has demonstrated in the clearest possible terms that they are unfit to serve the children of this community. Their continued presence on the board sends a message to every Jewish student, every student of color, every child from a marginalized background, and the people in charge of their education do not believe that their safety is a priority. Resignation is not a punishment. It is the minimum act of responsibility available to someone who has so profoundly violated the trust placed in them. If they will not choose to do it, I call on this community to pursue every available means of removal under the Arizona law by recalling this official. Please know that as a board, we cannot remove her. We need community support. We need you to file with the Maricopa County Superintendent of Public Instruction here, and we need to get this going. We'll have 120 days from the day that you file. We need, I believe it's 25% of all signatures for the total of the vote that was elected her. So let's just say, yeah, it's a lot. So let's do it. I'm happy to help guide. And I please, I ask you to do that. Let's do this together. Done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simicek. Mr. Botfeld?
I have 4 points to make tonight. The first one is to Dr. Pack. I did not intend to make that joke bad, and I apologize if it offended you. Second, a lot of you have asked us why we didn't react when Ms. Fisher made that stupid salute. The answer is we were all shocked. Look, my family lost hundreds of relatives to the Holocaust. When somebody made a statement like that, it scared the hell out of me. Third, there will no more be any good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm through making jokes here. And last, Ms. Fisher did give us one important idea. It is time to restore civility to everything we do. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Botfield. I'm going to start by reading my statement that I put out on May 28th, as I know not everybody is on social media. Did the best I could to get it out there, but it reads, Dear DVUSD community, I'm writing to you today with a profound sense of disappointment, anger, and disgust regarding the actions of a fellow board member at our governing board meeting on Tuesday, May 26, 2026. At the conclusion of the meeting, following a disagreement regarding board procedures and the scheduling of a public meeting, Board Member Kimberly Fisher chose to raise her arm in a Nazi salute and say, Heil, Heil. As a public servant, father, grandfather, and as a member of this community, I want to make my position unequivocally clear. This behavior is abhorrent, entirely unacceptable, and has absolutely no place in the Deer Valley Unified School District. The symbols and language of Nazi Germany represent a dark history of hatred, genocide, and oppression. To display them in any context is offensive, but to exhibit them during an official public meeting of an educational institution where we are tasked with setting an example for thousands of students, it is an absolute betrayal of the public trust. It demeans the office we hold, disrespects the community we represent, and insults the values of decency and mutual respect that we strive to teach our children every day. While robust debate and strong disagreements are a natural part of democratic governance, they must never degenerate into antics that promote or trivialize hate. This behavior was not a lapse in judgment. It was a deliberate, disrespectful gesture that fundamentally compromises the dignity of our board. Our focus as a district must remain on providing a safe, respectful, and high-quality educational environment for all students, staff, and families. I want to reassure our community that this behavior does not reflect the heart of DVUSD. I stand firmly with our families, our educators, and our community members in rejecting this conduct in the strongest possible terms. I'd like to follow that up with just some of the biggest concerns from the community was, to Mr. Botfeld's point, why didn't we do something? Well, shock, and then again, not shock, because as was told by nearly all of the 20 speakers, this is how Mrs. Kimberly Fisher chooses to act. She thrives off of negative attention and hate, and it's sad. My heart breaks for her, but I told Dr. Finch when I first started on this board I was going to love her all better. I failed, and for that, I'm sorry. I tried. She's not interested. So why didn't we react? Why didn't we discuss? The meeting was over. The meeting was over because we were already off the reservation with what we were discussing. We were violating open meeting law, which is something Mrs. Fisher has already been cited by the Attorney General of the state of Arizona for violating. So I was not going to subject this board to another open meeting law violation, so I called for adjournment. If that's being a dictator, I'm sorry if following the rules has become something out of the ordinary for people in America today. But if you all don't know me by now, I follow the rules. So that's the way it is. And the last piece is, and it's been covered a couple times, we can't remove her. Berry versus Foster. I've probably repeated it a million times. And I've had legislators reach out to me and legislative hopefuls reach out to me. What can we do? Because this seems to be kind of rampant in school boards ever since COVID, with people kind of getting off the reservation and doing goofy stuff, totally violating every ethic on that board member ethics policy that we have over there. She has sat here in several board meetings getting off the reservation, and I'm like, Mrs. Fisher, the board ethics are right behind you. And she has said on the dais, on record, she does not care. She's elected by the community, and she'll do as she pleases. I think the community wants something better. I think the community wants the kind of board meetings we've had the last 2 years, where we conduct ourselves in a professional fashion. We can't control other people, but we can control. And I dress the way that I do, and I try to conduct myself the way that I do, because I believe that's the kind of representation that the community is looking for when we get elected to these positions of representation. So I tell people all the time, how do you do it, Mr. Carver? I said, don't get me wrong, and I apologize in advance if this offends anybody. I can be white trailer trash with the rest of them, but I choose not to, because I don't think that's what the community wants. The community wants us on our best behavior. I said in one of my videos, for those of you that follow me when I was trying to explain open meeting law, if you cannot engage your brain and engage your mouth to act in a responsible and proper fashion when you are representing the community, maybe you shouldn't be representing the community. And as hard a pill as it might be for that lady to at the end swallow, the right thing to do is to walk away and let the county superintendent replace you, and let's move forward with the district that we all know and love. That's all I got. Dr. Finch.
I've been a superintendent for 28 years. I worked with dozens of board members. I've never, ever spoken ill of Ms. Fisher in social media, from the dais, anywhere, and I'm not going to do it tonight. Despite her attacking me pretty much every day since I've moved in to Arizona. That would be pushing 10 years now. Tax my family as well. But again, I choose the high road. And so I'm not going to go down that trail today. I think everything's been said. As a superintendent, that is one part of your job that comes with it, working with 5 community members. So I'm not going to pile on tonight because you all know already how she attacks me relentlessly. Her and her posse, they are relentless. But I consider myself kind of the fence around Deer Valley, and that's kind of been my job for the last decade, is to protect the employees and the students from this action. And I have to admit too, I also failed. I couldn't stop it. So I'm disappointed, obviously, from the behavior. It isn't a reflection of Deer Valley. We are one of the best, if not the best, public K-12 in the state of Arizona, and the data says that. Our awards say that. And our staff continue to help students elevate every day, and it's something I'm really super proud of. So I want to switch to some of the things that are happening this summer. If you don't know, summer school has started. We have meals available for students. We just had our Taipei Culture Camp with their 30th year. It was at Goldwater. Great celebration of Mandarin culture, and that's something that we're very proud of. We're in our 4th year with those folks, so we've done a great job with that. We just had our PLC Summit not too long ago. That's our professional and learning community. It's something, that's our rocket fuel that makes us excellent. That's where we collaborate together. The legislature, my legislative update is the budget is obviously a variable that is over the top of us in a cloud. And Ms. Simicek's over there trying to do her part to help public ed. But it is a monster that is controlling us. We are 49th in the nation for public support, financial support from our legislature. And that's actually embarrassing when I go to conferences. They all know about Arizona all around the country because they all don't want to be us. And so that's my job when I go to those conferences, to tell them to look out for this and look out for that, and don't let the camel's nose under the tent. Because once it gets under, then you'll see what Arizona is today. We are getting ready for school. School is only 8 weeks away. Yeah, do the math. You guys can if you guys can go out and enjoy the beach, we're still hiring teachers. So work has not stopped. My team here works around the clock, obviously getting the best staff in front of our students. That's something we're really proud of. And that's really the engine that makes Deer Valley go. It's our staff. And so, again, I want to thank the folks that showed up tonight. It says a lot. It is a mountain to recall somebody. It's probably $100,000 minimum. That's what the data says. It's only happened once in the history of Arizona, and it's designed that way. The legislature does that on purpose. And so it's a lot of work, and they want to discourage you to do that. So that's why no one does it. So it's going to have to take a concerted effort if you're deciding to climb that mountain, because it's a tough one, but it can be done with a little cooperation and collaboration. But I haven't attacked her, so I'm not going to start today. That's it. Thanks.
Just one parting thought, and I hope the board will indulge me. What is going on or has happened up here on this dais is not political. It's not. I'm on the right. They're on the left. Dr. Pack's on the right. Dr. Finch is on the right. We all agree this kind of behavior is unacceptable for the kind of community that we want to have. We need to get better as a community of stop driving that line so hard between right and left and trying to find out what's best for us as a community. I just wanted to share that thought. You can do with it whatever you want, but I appreciate everybody being here. We love you. God loves you. Future meetings are posted on the district website, and I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You guys drive safe. Be good.